Because I wired you up, huh? I think
You did, yeah.
I'll have to listen to it and make sure that your sound is good. And I'll try and do that on the next break. Or maybe I might actually be able to do it now. Oh, sure.
We have a drummer back. Drumsticks. Or beaters. No, it doesn't. You don't want to eat that drumstick. They're also called beaters. I do. Whoops. What'd you do? Got my onyx. Did you call? No, I haven't. Do this. We had this for you yesterday, but you weren't here. Too bad. You get to keep it. That's yours. That's the heart of the drum. That'll remind you. Good for you. Very good. We're gonna go. Well, yeah, we said that last time. And next time we have to go.
This is my son. Yeah, this is Blade.
You want to drum? No? Okay. Really? You made it? Did you make this? Oh, okay. Cut my knee. Okay.
I'm sure you probably had at least 20 things to mail off to people that I forgot.
Hey everybody, wanted to let everybody know that we have some upcoming workshops, if anybody doesn't know. Specifically, Mary Lightweaver is going on right now, and Lily Carroll is going on right now. So we're about to have the drum, we're getting ready for the chief. I'm glad people are coming, getting excited, about to drop in the codes. Woo! Oh, this chief over here, we got a chief over here. Yeah, he's the chief, he's right over here. Do you want to sing a song for the chief? Do you want to drum a song for the chief? Thank you, drummer. So I now have the pleasure to begin to introduce this fine gentleman standing next to us, the reason we're all here, you can say at some level. I wanted to say that the chief has taught me many things about reading the signs. And one of the signs I've noticed is that the chief is not wearing a Star Wars t-shirt today. Which I'm noticing must mean that the war is over. I know he means serious business when he's not wearing a Star Wars shirt, so I'm glad we've got the chief in serious business today.
All right, what did my makeup this time? Is it working? Working?
You're always breaking stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Take it easy, boss.
All right. Okay, so I want to thank the cooks and all that. My stomach was mad at me earlier, it was growling. So the cooks, that tasted good. So we have buffalo this evening, and that's even better yet. So at this time, I want to say good afternoon and welcome you back from a good meal. And I wasn't planning on anything, so I'm just going to let things happen. Whatever comes out, we're going to work with it. Okay, so now we're at a very beautiful time in our life when we're questioning many things, right? A lot of things that we had embraced as truth. And all of a sudden we have a question about it. And once you question something, you're going to find the answer. And sometimes you're not going to like it, you know, because it challenges your stability, your emotional stability, your mental stability, and also your own truth. So, but truth is truth. And if you don't put any attachments to it, feel good, you know. This truth is truth. So you want to put a attachment before it saying bad, or it's a good truth. You don't need to do that. It's truth. So is there anything bad about saying your moccasins are all funny looking colors? Is it bad? Is it true? Is it good? Yeah. So we hear a lot of things. And one of the things I had an issue with was I keep hearing this word duality. Duality. I didn't know what that meant. Duality. So I just allowed it to surface in some way that I could understand. And what happened is one morning we woke up and Joan asked me, said, "What did you dream?" I said, "Oh, I dreamed we was going down the road, driving down the road, you and I and the kids, and I looked and we slowed down because there was some deer that crossed the road here. And I looked and there was a prairie dogs were off to the side. And these deer stood in front of us. So they slowly walked across the road and they went up this ridge. And in a dream I said, well, I think those deer want us to follow them. But we just looked and we went down and just run around this corner. We come around this corner and there was a big tower there. It looked like Devil's Tower. And so we pulled in. we pulled in that area, but those deer led us to this one spot, and so we followed that deer. We went over the hill, like, and we come into this village of people, and they're all naked. They're all nude. They didn't have no clothes, and there was a beautiful village, you know, and they had a canopy of trees, and everything was so serene, peaceful. And I looked up on top of the hill, there was two women standing there, and there was lights coming out of their eyes. And I looked, and they weren't using their head; they were using their knees and their legs to move this light coming out of their eyes. And the light, when it hit the wall, it was creating a picture called petroglyph. And I was looking at them. I seen those lights turn around. They seen me, and all of a sudden they just started smiling, and they come running. And I thought they were going to come running towards me, and they ran by me, and they ran to Joan, and they were hugging her. So I was looking at them, and they were just happy to see each other. They were crying, and so I said, you know. I walked down the village, and all these children, everybody, I could hear them, but I couldn't see their voice, I couldn't see their lips moving or anything, but I could hear them speaking. And I said, oh, telepathy, you know, telepathy. Then they came down from the hill, and they walked, and the twins, they looked at her and they said, Mom! But as soon as they said that, the whole village dropped to the ground, and they were holding their ears. So they were laying on the ground, they were holding their ears, and they start getting up. So she said, we're ready to go. I said, what, ready to go? We don't, where you want to go? Look at all this, look at this. And the kids come over, and they're at the twins. The twins had clothes on, and all the children were trying to pull their clothes off. They're trying to pull their clothes off. But she says, I said, why do you want to leave from here? It's beautiful. She said, I gotta take them to school. You gotta go to school. I said, okay, all right, go to school. So we went walking. Get back in a car, sitting there, then there's two women appeared again. So she was in the car, she was looking at them. She got out of the car, and the other went running up that hill, and they grabbed each other again, and they're just standing there crying. So that was the dream. But the way I told it to you is almost exactly the way it happened when we drove over towards it was called Newspaper Rock in Utah. We seen that sign, so I turned. Was driving over there, and all of a sudden there's some deer. Then there's some prairie dogs. Then she reminded me, she said, this is your dream. Oh. So we went down this little round corner, and that hill was there. So we stopped, and we seen the petroglyphs there. And you could probably cut this part out. But the kids ran over and jumped the fence. There's not supposed to be over the fence, but edit this. But they ran up to the wall. They're like, it was a natural thing for them to put their heads to the wall and, receive whatever it is that the rock, stones, and petroglyphs had to give them. It's just natural. So, but she was standing there, but she wasn't looking at the petroglyphs. She was looking at this little mountain butte right there. So I was looking, and there was two women standing up there. And they were spirit women, but you could see them. They're just standing there. So I kind of backed off from this dream, and she was talking. She said, that's a diversion. This here's the real thing over here. So I just left her alone, and she was talking to them. She was crying, and she asked me to sing a song for them. So I went over and I sang a song. So, and she did exactly the same thing when we left from there. Stopped the car. She said, wait, let me out. And she took off running back to the same place, you know. So from that dream, we eventually went back. My grandma, or some of you know her, Grandma Chandra, she invited us down for her 30th birthday party. She called up, her and Kat called, and she said they're having a birthday party for her. So I said, well, I'm coming down there, bring my belt, and I'm going to whip you. I'll give you 30 whacks for your birthday present. But she doesn't know how to tease. She said, Eagle, no. Us light workers, we got to get along. So anyway, yeah, we telepath, and she said, yes, Tuesday, we'll be up there on Wednesday. So we went up to the petroglyphs. We spent some time, took pictures, then we went to the hotel, and we did some filming. And she brought in a lot of messages about the petroglyphs, the understanding of certain ones. And so we made a little video, and I think it's back there. If you're interested, it's about an hour long. And some of the meanings of the petroglyphs, and what actually happened was that a lot of the people that are here today, or you know, that work with the petroglyphs, are from the future, that come and to decipher and to interpret what's on those walls, because a lot of people that go over there, they're from a different time, and they're attracted to that, but they don't have the DNA memory that's attached to it. They just seen it before, but they don't know how to extract the memory from the rock. See, so there's a lot of geologists and all this. They know history of stone and all this, but they don't understand how a rock can actually talk. See, a rock, if you go and we do ceremonies, they whistle. You hear them especially when you have water attachment to them. They whistle and they say, listen to the rocks, they're talking. So they talk. So we spent some time there. Now through this talk, there was some information that came out, and it's a history of duality. See? And at the time, this earth was known as Eden. It's a beautiful place. The whole earth. It wasn't just one little spot out in the jungle somewhere. The whole earth was beautiful. Everything beautiful, you know. I don't care where you went. And the Spirit said, they told us this in so many ceremonies, I didn't understand what they said. They said, oh, at one time we all had one language. We all had one language. And I didn't understand that until then. It took me a while, you know. Then I understood it as telepathy. And I remember my father telling me, he said, one way, long time ago, said when God was our teacher. When I heard that, it just blew my heart open, and I couldn't comprehend that. So the earth at that time had one language, and everybody knew everything. There was no ulterior motives, because this earth was unconditional love. See? And there's other planets that's unconditional truth. And that's where Bigfoot comes from, see? Now, okay, over on this planet, they were messing up. They were too much in their head. They were too much in their head. When you get too much in your head, you would rather analyze love than make it. See? You understand that? True. That's why a lot of star people are coming back and checking out our emotional systems, because they don't know what happened. They don't know what happened. They're all messed up. What they call them, test tube babies and all this. Artificial insemination. All of this is right in front of us. So these guys knew they're messing up their world, their air, their water, everything. So, but they knew enough about something, and they were looking at this place known as Eden or Earth, and they wanted to go over there. That's their next move. Okay, how do we get from this place we call Mars today, but it had a different name? How do we get from Mars to the Earth? Okay, the only way you could do things is if you have the same vibration, right? That vibration of Mars and the vibration of Earth didn't match under the laws of attraction as well. It didn't match. Head stuff and love don't work together. So they said, well, maybe we can't just go over there, because Earth was protected by this unconditional love shield under the laws of attraction. The only thing that was attracted to this Eden was love. So the people from this planet will say, well, we could incarnate over there. Oh no, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Under the laws of attraction, we still carry something that they don't have. Okay, what could we do? It took them a lot, millions of years to figure it out, and they finally had to entice 3 star races to do something, because these star races, their worlds were going down and they needed places to live as well. But it was a natural way of evolution. So they talked to them about coming into this atmosphere of love, and they were the closest thing to this energy. So what they did is they guided a meteorite. See, these 3 star races guided a meteorite to this Mother Earth, and up here there's a protection shield. And what happened when it pierced that shield, the sound, much like a plane doing a sonic boom, you hear that? There's a noise that's made, and that noise it's probably similar to if you had a balloon next to your ear and somebody puts a needle in there. There's going to be a loud noise. Your adrenaline flow will throw a fear. You'll drop to the ground, or you'll hold your head, or you'll move. So a noise that's so strong, the sound engulfed the whole earth. And from that noise, it popped all the eardrums, broke all the eardrums of every animal, plant, stone, mammal, every 2-leg. There was almost a mass extinction from that sound alone. So the people just dropped in their tracks. There was a lot that survived that was in areas that we were able to, cushion the sound. They lived. There was a new species of man that came from that. Then and after there was a large population issue here again, they brought in another meteorite. Same thing, same noise, same thing happened. Mass extinction of life. The third time, same thing. But what this did is brought in a memory, and it created fear. Fear needed to be embedded into the DNA of man. And it wasn't somebody that just came and created just a little tiny fear in you. It was meant to embed that into your system. So duality is created through your DNA from the meteorites. Love, fear. That's a Martian invention. No, it's actually a Zeta Reticuli technology. It's made to, it's the same thing that atom bomb did to human people way back when. The same thing that's happening with your iPhones at a slower level. Believe me. That comes from the Declaration of War on American people by the Illuminati. The computer is the Third World War. It's a silent, quiet, deadly war. And the reason why you can't digest it or even accept it as a weapon is because your memories of definition is that, a weapon makes a loud noise. There's fire, there's blood, there's screams, there's death. And that's underneath that goes all underneath the definition of a weapon. So in 1947, after the crash, when they did get the technology from the Zeta Reticuli influences, that was one of the questions that they asked was, how can we have a weapon that will do the same thing to the human body as the atom bomb? You got it right here. Computer, iPhones. And you're not going to believe me because your definition doesn't fit in there for a weapon. What's that? Yeah, it's right here. They'll fry your brain. And they actually, there's somebody in here that knows about the EMF signals and how far they are and what it does to your brain. And you go into school, that EMF signals is to your neck right here. So all the students that walk in, they're walking through the EMF war zone. It's all done by law. We know that, right? Yeah, light bulb. Well, it's not even the light bulb. The current's still going through there. It's going through there. We had a speaker, his name was Charlie Bolta. He did the electricity thing, and I asked him, Charlie, could you speak and connect spirit with the electricity? So we had him, he talked about the electricity and what it does to your body and how it does on your spiritual levels and what it does to you on your relationships. Your bed's up against the wall. There's electrical current going through all these walls, and once it touches that messes up your natural rhythms, and you're scattered, and you'll start your energy. You'll start picking each other, and you don't know why, because you're not aligned with your trueness of yourself. It knocks your body out of whack. So after he figured that out, he pulled his bed out from away from the bed, but he measured the distance of the EMF. And so when it stopped cackling, then that's where it was at. So that's the safe zone. He come to my house and he measured everything. And where I sit and talk and visit was the only place where there was no EMF. See? And you need to get away from that, especially when you're doing spiritual work and you're doing channeling. Turn off your electricity. That's why ceremony is important. We go outside in the sweat lodges. There's no electricity. It's just spirit, 100%. EMF Can't break up your message through your emotional system, you know, through your emotional system. So there's more to it than that. So we're clogged with the warfare, and we don't know it. We don't want to know it. We just want to go to work, pay our bills, you know, go to a movie or something. Go sing, dance, which is fun. But if you want to do good spiritual work, turn off your electricity. When we do ceremonies, that's what we do. We pull the main plug. Boom, you know, right? Pull the main plug. Or go out and do a ceremony in sweat lodges. Or meditation is really good. If you go outside, some of you like to go outside and sit there and, you know, enjoy nature. Along with that is that under laws of attraction, however you are, that's the equal amount of energy and vibration that's going to come to you. See? And if you're looking for good clarity and you're looking for a good spirit and a high vibration, you got to be that. See? And that's what you attract. If you're angry, the spirit's not going to come around you because that's not their vibration. You know? It's not. They keep their distance. They love you. But they got to wait till you do some work on yourself. It's just about you. And a lot of times they'll put incidents and situations and things in front of you to get that out. Anger. So be a good conduit. Bigfoot talks about that. He talks about you need to learn from the earth, fire, wind, and water. And that's all nature, see? And how he says it is, he says, you men, you need to get your mind back. I'm not talking to you, Michael. I know you're kind of went like this, you know. I seen him duck over there. You need to get your mind back. Your mind of purity. Your mind of clarity. You have to get your original mind back. You loaned it out to somebody, someplace for like minimum wage. You sold it. Probably down Walmart or somewhere. So we sell our bodies, and the spirit grandma says, you are all prostitutes. I heard her, you know, I said, oh yeah, heck, yeah, we are. We sell our bodies for 8 hours a day. So yeah, make sure that when the spirit moves the messages, such as this one with Bigfoot, he says for the men or anybody to take off your plastic shoes. If you have plastic, take them off. Because there's an energy that needs to go through your body, especially with the men. They said go barefoot or wear sandals. Rubber is good, that's tree. Leather, or wear moccasins. So that energy that comes from the earth, the Mother Earth, you'll absorb. You know, you realign yourself and balance yourself with love, because that's what Mother Earth has. That's all she has to offer, is love for all of us. So Bigfoot, he says, you men, you go up that mountaintop. You go up there. You go up there for at least a day. Pray. At least a day. No food, no water. Sit there. The wind, the air is going to come and doctor your mind. Then when you're done, you go into the desert. Go down in the desert and go into the desert and pray. Sit there for at least a day. No food, water. And the heat, the fire, the sun will come and doctor your mind. I might fry it, but you'll be all right. It's already fried anyway. Then you go into a cave, you know, where they say go into the waters of life. Find a river. Spend a whole day in there. Pray. Go find a pond. Go find a lake. Go to a sea, or go spend some time in the ocean for at least a day in the water. You have no bathrooms, no bathtubs. Okay? It has to be natural. Don't hang around the bathtub. Then the waters of life will come and purify your mind. Then when you're finished, you go and get into the earth. Go find a cave. We were just in a cave the other day, about 200 feet down. And we went and prayed underneath. I think it was the 6th largest cave in the world. So we sang and we prayed. We went in there to about 50 people from all over the country. So they said, if you can't find a cave, dig a hole, get in the ground, you know, spend some time in Mother Earth. Mother Earth is the most powerful healer there is. She'll cure anything if you allow her to. If you allow her to. The most highest feminine energy we have, Mother Earth. Pure love. I tell you what pure love did to me. It's going to sound weird, but hang on. I was moving a table, moving it. I pulled it too far. It hit the tip of my toenail. My toenail shot straight up. I said, no, you can do that. So, okay, that's what I said too. Oh, you know, so I took it off, walked over to the house, and I run some water in the bathtub. Joan come out. Let's take you to the doctor. I said, no. It'll be all right. So I watered it down, went outside. I said, give me that toenail clipper. Come over. I said, you didn't like my toenail anyway. She said, I love your toenail. So I clipped it off, clipped it off, and blood. She said, go take you to the hospital. I said, no. That blood is a Band-Aid. That blood is your own Band-Aid. You don't have to go to Walgreens or any place. No, your blood is a Band-Aid. Let it bleed. Don't try to stop it. It'll coagulate. It'll form a protection over that wound. You know? And if it doesn't want to stop, I said, I'm going to go out there and walk in the dirt. That dirt. No, that's dirty. Yeah, it is. It's dirty. It's supposed to be dirty. That's why they call it dirt. I said, but look outside there. Look at every inch of ground outside, all around us. All around us, every inch, there's dirt. And you know what's growing on that dirt? You know what's on there? Life. Everything you eat, dirt. Dirt, it's holy, it's sacred. Every place you walk is sacred. You come over here, you can't get away from it. Every place you go, holy, sacred, every place. And when they say, hey, come over here, this is holy spot, this sacred space. Yeah, that is, but it's the same thing over here. Same thing over here, you know why? Because that's Mama Earth. Mama Earth. So when they say, this is sacred, don't come over here unless, baloney, you know. This whole place is sacred. Oh, Mother Earth. So, dirt went on that wound, and within a week, healed. And I tell you, I have a lot of witnesses to that. This man here, he has holes in his chest. This man over here, he has holes in his chest. That man over there has holes in his chest. They didn't put no band-aids on them. When we have put a hole in somebody, you know what you use? We either use buffalo shit. Yeah. It's, if you go beyond the smell, no kidding. Because that's grass, you know. And your bodies are sacred. When you understand how sacred your bodies are, you understand how sacred these animals are out here. They're the ones keeping you alive. Whether you're a vegetarian or not, it's the animals and all the nations of the plants are keeping us alive. They're all sacred. I'm very well balanced because I'm a vegetarian and I'm a meat eater. I go either way. So we make labels for ourselves because of the duality. We want to be better. We don't. We put ourselves at the bottom of the hill, you know, thinking we're not good. We're worse than everybody. We're not. It's duality. So fear, love, duality. And you know where it was created? It was created through the messages from the petroglyphs that we created to help to remind us of why we did it. So a lot of you are the authors of these petroglyphs. That's why you're drawn to them. But if you're going to go back to them, make sure you make some time to stay there for a little while longer than just passing through. There's ways to read them, and I'll share one with you. And it was just the first time I did that was in South Dakota on a prairie. And I was with the American Indian movement. There was we were out in Greengrass area over the Cheyenne River, and we went out, they were looking for Sitting Bull's grave. And there was this big stone out in the prairie, like that. So while they were doing this, that stone got my attention, so I walked over there. And I looked, and there was a handprint on that stone, like it was carved in there, but it was 6 fingers. 6 fingers. I was looking at that. I didn't learn till later, you know, a lot of 6-fingered figures are Pleiadian. They're Pleiadian, like with the Socorro crash in New Mexico, those are Pleiadian. And they have these little, how they steer their craft is through the energy that flows from your fingers. So anyway, so the petroglyphs are part of a time. Some they can't carbon date, but they did carbon date one at 36,000, you know, years ago. But I know they're old, a lot of them are older than that. But when you go up to one, you see that handprint embedded in the wall. Put your handprint on there, or your hand, and put your third eye to the stone, okay? And that's where the transition of information is going to take place. But you need to raise your vibration in nature. Because nature knows they're not coming around you. That's why they stay away from you. Because of their fur. Their fur carries a high intensity of intuition. All you hunters, you ever watch these deer playing around the field all year, doing this and doing that? First day of hunting season, they're gone. Right? They're gone. Because your intuition lies in your hair. See? You got long hair, you got good intuition. You got a wig on, Mike? I like to tease Mike. So, yeah, your intuition. Hair. Intuition, hair. You get forgetful, you cut your hair. Because, you know, your DNA, your memory is in your hair. Women, that's why they called it a woman's gift, the gift of intuition. In the 50s and all that, when the men came back, you notice they had crew cuts and they had a little ducktail here and there with your Fonzie hairdo, you know, all this kind of stuff. But it was short, but the women's hair, long. And they carried a vibration from their hair, and that they could pick up on anything. They pick up on any vibration that a man carries into the house. So I always say, never lie to a woman. Never. The woman just feel it. I'm gonna play. This is my playground. Where were you at 6 o'clock this evening? So, yeah, the women know. Even if a woman was to brush up against a man and probably had some kind of different type of thoughts than usual, up on that. Intuition. So, the men cut their hair. Why do you think they cut your hair when they put you into the military? Why do you think they shave it all off? And that's where it came from. That's where the studies came from, was when they were planning the Vietnam War. And usually they plan a war takes like 15 years to plan out a war. Yeah. So while they were planning out Vietnam, they wanted to get some good trackers. So these guys went out all over. They come back and with the results, they said it's these Native American guys. And they said, okay, they drafted a whole bunch of them in, cut their hair, put them through boot camp, and come out, and they did their parties and went back in to do their war games. And nothing worked for them. They were like just losses. Everybody else, you know, standing out there. Where's the enemy? So they come back and said, you guys are wrong. What's going on here? You said these guys were their good trackers. I said, well, they aren't. You go back out there and you go find out what's going on and come back with some better results. So they did. They come back. They said, it's these Native American guys. So they said, okay, let's step back this time. Okay, what's so different about this situation? Okay, all our white boys all have little crew cuts, ducktails, short hair. And a lot of our black men, they have the short afros and all this. And the yellow people, they have the Asian, they have short hair. These Native Americans, they have long hair. Long hair. Okay, this time, let's let them we'll not chop off their hair and see what happens. So let them go through boot camp. They went, partied at, come back when they leave, when took off back and did their war games. And one of the things that they realized was when they were walking, they said, wait, there's something. They could feel it. Same way a woman feels something. But they ended up winning all their games, all the war games. Okay. So it goes back to natural way of being, is your hair is a beautiful gift. Try not to cut it off. It's a beautiful gift. It'll save your life. It'll save your life. Because a life can be taken from this point to this point if you don't have intuition intact. Right? You cross the street in the car, boom. Like that. Just so simple, fast. So we have beautiful gifts. We have beautiful gifts. They're all inner gifts. They're not out there. They're right here. Inner. Your atoms. They're a very powerful force. And they don't want you to know that. You can levitate, you can telepath, you can be invisible, and there's so many other gifts that work through the 13th dimensional ways that you have. You know, but you don't know where to start and how to use them. But that's good, because if you probably do, they'll probably pick you up and take you out to the CIA someplace and use it for like ESP, you know, remote viewing, name it. Those are beautiful gifts. So fear, get rid of that. That don't belong here. It's not original to this planet. It's not original. So once you understand and know where your star system is, then it's easier to disintegrate this little thing. It's just this little thing. It's so small, you know, that you can actually make it as big as you want, you know, but that's up to you. So thank you for this time. I'll talk to you also.
Thank you. So she's going to have a workshop at 3 o'clock, so invite everybody to participate. We're about to draw Sheryl lots, so we have about 2 minutes.
Who?
So, better be quick. We're going to be excited about the angels. We're talking about angels,
Thank you.
Can I just talk into that, or do I have to use a microphone?
You have a microphone.
Why?
Because they have microphones for the speakers and microphones for the people who are recording.
Okay.
That's where looking at the recording. Yeah. So next turn.
So I'll go ahead and let you guys know a little bit about Sheryl.
Sorry.
Cheryl's a gifted channel, the Archangel Masters and Metatron. For over 30 years, she has brought her gifts to the people of Earth. She's a powerful spiritual teacher, channeling clairvoyant. Her special love is connecting people with higher realms through readings, workshops, and channels. She lived in the Black Hills
Do
during
you want the
harmonic
microphone
convergence in
stand so you could have
1987.
hands free?
Quietly following Spirit's guidance and
Yeah.
building energy for this place. She has Lakota dreams of past lives there, and she has Chippewa in her physical bloodline. Cheryl's focus is ascension, breaking the death and rebirth cycle, assisting people and Mother Earth in a positive evolution, and being the channel the Creator has guided her to be. So let's give a big warm welcome for Sheryl Watson and her Archangel.
Thank you.
Would you like me to pass them out for you?
Sure. He's going to pass them out right now. It's a wonderful booklet about the great archangels, and you'll enjoy it. So look through it, look at the pictures, you'll really like it. I need to sit, so we're going to do that.
Get this.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You can sit up straight.
Okay,
Just however you're comfortable.
right like that.
Okay.
Thank you. Hands free, a good way. So today we are going to meet and talk with some very special powers that have come to our earth, and they came to me in 2013 in a vision. I was laying in bed, and I'm a visionary, so I often will pick up on energies and beings, and I go, well, who is it now? And in the corner, a huge pillar of light came in, and the being said, I am Amos. Now, I had felt his presence and his energy in the Metatron channels, which I do in Denver. I love to channel Metatron and all beings of higher light when they come and they ask me or I ask them. So I'd like to read you a story. I've written all about this in my story. It's easier for me to read, otherwise I go off the top of my head and we go in all kinds of places. So it's just better that way. And the introduction, thank you very much. That was something that I appreciate. Thanks a lot. Yay. And so here comes Amos in the corner, and he's standing there saying, we are the great archangels. I'm like, okay, I feel that. And I got very hot, the room got warm, and I could see him physically as well as in the vision. And he said, we are the great archangels, and we are here for the ascension. I hold an ascension school. I hold doorways and things open for people so that they can pass from this life into another carefully and very well. And he said, there are 20 of us, and you'll meet us. So my human self goes, why would we need new archangels? That's probably our first question we often have. And he said, because Father, Mother, God never stops creating. What makes you think Father, Mother ever stops creating? We are here for this huge time that everyone is going into and through. And I'd say we're in a good third, fourth kind of passage through into ascension. So I'll read my story too, it's probably easier. Humanity is at last ready to hear from realms of light more directly. Previously, masters and prophets brought messages to people. A certain person would be chosen to carry this message or healing. Now people do channel heavenly information to others but the audience participates actively, connecting to the message, watching it develop in their lives, not needing a minister or a priest to direct or micromanage them. Ascending beings require food along the way, guidance for the changing physical body, divine blessing for the evolving brain. The speed of this process is beyond the comprehension at the present time. Great archangels are doorways to ascension, the guideposts for the journey of the soul. The new archangels are living manifestations of the Creator. As they move in the heavens, change occurs on the earth. As above, so below. Now they leave this realm to share their powers with humanity. They are here in the 3D world, moving, listening, healing, whispering, speaking, musically moving people. They are invested in humanity's ascension, and our success is assured. Each angel has immense power, duties, individual presence, color, sound, number, and sigil. Reader will likely resonate with at least one archangel. We have a protocol we use before invoking them, and protocol invokes protection through the White Brotherhood and all the intricate connections the Ascended Masters have. Like a ripple in a pool, the protocol causes waves to move, connecting all. The protocol calls into being the next steps of ascension as the soul proceeds. This information is for the ending 21st century and 22nd coming in. As time moves ever more quickly, spiraling into eternity, the guideposts along the way must be in place. The new archangels are the guideposts for the great ascension. Humanity has taken the first steps. Now it walks, soon it runs, and then it flies. A careful plan must be in place. The great archangels guide this process. Each in turn holds keys to unlock the mysteries of death and rebirth, creation itself, and connection to the Creator. Welcome to this astounding process, people of Earth. The great new archangels are here. We will meet two archangels today. The first is Amos, willingness to be guided. Amos has been the first new archangel to appear. I have channeled Metatron for years in groups in the Denver area, and in the meditations I kept seeing Amos, and so did many others, quietly standing near the group. You really can't miss him because he's 120 feet tall. A little hard to miss. And you could feel his height. You really can. It's like, whoa. And so in a very large meetup group, each person attending received a new archangel, and Amos stood out as being the most active for people. The original words as they came to me about Amos, Amos, and I even put the phonetic spelling of how it sounds. I sat in bed for I don't know how long, and I was just downloaded with their names, the phonetics. No, this is what it sounds like. No, here's the language, the writing in earth language of the name. And so Amos is, there's your nice phonetic spelling, Amos, archangel of protection. Great protector, copper and bronze, fiery green, blue eyes. He's a new angel, sword, fire, justice, protection, huge size, very kind, wind, pillar of light, advisor to humans, seraphim, throne, elasticity and flexible, comes in very, very fast. Power, swoosh, ask him for anything, kindness, listen. Sword of truth, see through illusion, magnifying glass, close-up views of any situations, clear, no messing around, Father, death advisor, crossover well, peace, predictions, no nonsense directive, assists with your life purpose, dominion over physicality, assists with pain, a wise wind, safety, new energy, working with Raphael, 120 feet high. So as you see, there was not a whole sentence in there. It was all words and feelings, and you get the idea of him just from what he said and what I saw. So calling on Amos, when you want clarity, help with crossing over, perhaps you help others cross over, you'll be very powerfully helpful there. Desire knowledge of life purpose, help with healing and pain. Amos breaks new ground for us as we meet these fantastic beings. He appears calm, quiet, and thoughtful. At the same time, one can sense his power. People are finding him easy to engage in meditation. Often people will just call his name, either in your mind or out loud. He brings immediate answers and connection. People feel that help has come, an answer has arrived. A wonderful calmness comes over one, a sense of surety. Amos says, I hear you when you call my name. This summons me. I cannot refuse. Take time to wait until you feel me. I come through your Laoesh, your time-space continuum. To know it's me, envision a gigantic sword. This represents clarity of thought, direct division between the real and unreal worlds. I observe you for some time before I appear. I see your needs and true desires, and some of you are not even aware of. I summon all of you, your higher self, human incarnation, your true soul, and connection to the divine. I now see how you are connected to the Great One, Father, Mother, God. As you speak to me, I clear up any cloudy intentions you might have. I decipher what it is you really want. You think many things at the same time. These levels I can transverse. I send golden sifting light into your Laoesh, filling it with my thoughts of you. I contact you before you ever ask me. This makes it easier to be in unity with you. That's why I feel familiar and I'm not frightening. My goal and intention given to me by the Great One is to warm you up to receiving true assistance from the higher realms. Many veils and illusions have separated man from the Great One. Fear has built up very convoluted layers of thought and experiences that perpetuate the myth. In these ascension times, you have done much work on clearing your energies. You know who you are now. As you did this work, veils of illusion lifted, the path becomes clearer, and you change. I am the first to encounter you in the light of new ascension. I am the first of the new archangels. We are a progression of teachings. There is a reason we have come one at a time. Each of us receives instruction in the moment, all the time. But there is a great plan playing out now. These are the final pieces of ascension, instruction, needed to create the connection to the new world for all of us. We are in this together, all of creation. Some of you will be holders of the new doorways for people and animals. So others of you will weave light clothing for humans. Still others of you will be great architects of cities of light. I am here to keep you moving, keep you on course. The next new archangel will have the next steps, the third more steps, and on and on. We move quickly now. Time is unraveling. New timing is appearing. Each of us assists in our specialty. I am Amos. Now we connect to Amos by stopping all outer activity. Sit or be in a quiet place. Surround yourself with light from your mind. Imagine a beautiful sphere of light all around you. Read his words again. See the huge sword floating in the air, summoning him. Think Amos. You will feel him enter near you. Sense his immense energy. Feel the power. Breathe slowly and let go of emotion. Ask a question. If you are perceptive, you will sense, feel, or hear an answer. Think of his qualities and reason for being. Listen and feel. What an honor to connect. Thank him when you are finished listening and sensing. Write down your impressions. So right now, I would love it if we could all close our eyes in meditation, feel the energy from our wonderful speaker before me, all that he said about being close to the earth and relying on Mother. And now from the heavens comes new energies, new beings in combination with Mother to bring us home. So as you close your eyes, I would love for you to envision a huge fiery sword right here in the room. And Amos, we'd be honored if you would bring us your hot, fiery wisdom. So feeling coming from my left, your right, is a power, a huge energy of Amos. And I want you to know, right over near us is Estes Park. Millions of tourists. And in the middle of this great place in Long's Peak, in 2004, we opened a huge portal that pours over all these tourists, all these beings who come every year. What a really great thing. And so I know Amos comes through that portal. He comes near us, with us, and says, I am that I am. Just like you, I am that I am. Thank you, Amos, for your feeling of hot fire and light. Thank you for filling our room with the light from the heavens. Coming down into earth. Always with us, easy to connect. Send a white light from your heart, if you like, to Amos, the great new archangel. Just send a beam into time, into God's light, into him. He is the first and a very great, easy to know friend. So thank you, Amos. As you hold with this portal and all these beings here in their ascension. And so it is. So Amos will come as a very dear friend, as a father almost. You'll ask and say, Amos, I'm really having trouble with this or that or person or situation. Please guide me, bring me great wisdom and touch my soul. And he does and he will. So thank you, Amos. You can almost, in fact, feel the portal. It goes about 300 miles in circumference around this area, touching into Long Mountain, we call it. It's actually Pikes Peak. And all of these great mountains intersect and touch each other. And so it's wonderful to feel their wonderful energy. Okay, you can open your eyes if you wish. We are going to meet perhaps my favorite angel of all the new archangels. It's Sinlia. Now, Sinlia is very hot, powerful fire. She is like justice, fairness, the strongest feeling of being guided. And she is our next new archangel, power of intentions. Cynthia has proven herself to be a most active and reliable new archangel. Gold eyes and burns through illusion. She's proven herself to be most active in the current world and our current positions. Her original words of description were female, holder of the keys, points the way, clear crimson sword, fire, she's a seraphim, gold eyes, burns through illusion, way shower, pillar of fire, justice, balance, fire and rain, speaks through fire, strange fire, doesn't speak often, but when she speaks, it is of utmost importance. Her voice is very unusual and fiery sounding. If you could imagine fire coming through a being and speaking, that's what she sounds like to me. She speaks, it's of utmost importance, extremely hot, has predictions, anointing, masters of light, comes to the right, the wrongs, changes the order of things, and holds the grids, all the grids around the world. So call on Sinlia when you need justice for any situation, for yourself, others, or when you want to connect to your passion, and when you want to rearrange your life. Sinlia is swift, powerful justice. She moves very quickly to make a situation connected and corrected. When she's called upon, her way of justice is shining the light of intelligence on any matter. This makes the activities clear, the motivations behind them, revealing the light of intelligence on any matter. This makes the activities very clear, revealing all those hidden actions. So what is justice? Justice is action after deliberation. Sinlia doesn't act blindly, but rather after weighing all the karmic pieces will cause effects on the earth. She can move energies of a situation, revealing what's hidden, finding out all the facts. She is not the judge, but the power of truth. Sinli is a great protection from dark forces. She holds a magnificent sword, huge, clear, bright flame full of fire. She's never without it. The sword is physical and etheric, and it shows up on earth as a hot, fast wind. In the etheric realms, it isn't, but it is hot fire. Sinlia wields this sword of truth with precision. She can cut out pieces or sever them. It's meant not to destroy, but to have boundaries. She assists with your passion. Passion's the energy of creating. It involves an idea coming into form. And like an artist painting and losing track of time, passion provides the energy to do even more than you had intended. Words for passion are obsession, bliss, overwhelming emotion, strong belief. She assists here with her passion for humanity. I've learned that she's come from the realms of light, specifically seraphim. To be here, seraphim in lore are a type of angel, known for continually worshiping and praising God, which they do day and night. Their form is burning and fiery and has 6 enormous feathered wings, 2 covering their face, 2 covering their feet, and with which they fly. I get the impression from Sinlia that all of creation has consciousness. and choice. Seraphim, like all beings, are created, but they can be called forth to hold other duties besides worship. Their fire and passion are ingredients needed for this time on earth. Sinlia came from the seraphim. Strength, steadfastness, and sureness are her qualities. She brings them to us. Just having her picture in a room provides a measure of protection. I know a little boy who sees guides, sees angels, and also sees sometimes negative energies in his room. And he's the one who feels the most beings. And he has his picture of Sinlia in his room. His mother gave him several new pictures to choose between, and he chose Sinlia. Sinlia says, "Hold on, people of Earth. The ride is getting bumpy. One day you will feel fine, secure, sure of your way. Then the next day, perhaps breathless, given glimpses of futures. But if you are wise, you return to your center and rely on Source. When you call on me, be as sure as you can be of what you want. My energy is laser, cutting, cauterizing, so be sure as you can be." Cindy is so powerful. Little kids seem to really love her. They look at her picture, "I want that one." They love her energy, her vibration. She just has such wisdom too. I think they see that. She says to us, "I help with the ascension by standing firm. I'm a force truly to be reckoned with, but I am on your side. I see you, Master of Light. Take a deep breath, calm your emotions, and look forward. I blaze a clear path in front of you. More than that, I create with you. Ask me for guidance, and with your whole heart, tell me your ascension dreams. Tell me what you see for your new world. Put words on your creation. I can provide the how of creating. I am the keeper of the keys. Soon I will reveal more on this. I assist by clearing you. Close your eyes. A warm, hot fire now comes over you, envelops you in your lawash. Pillar of light. Just release anything you know you want to. Allow the fire to consume it. Think of an aspect of the new world you want to see brought into being. True healing, cooperation, equality. Think, think. Thoughts are things. And Cilia will assist you. I magnify your thoughts. I begin with you the steps to bringing these desires into manifestation. I am Cilia. So I'd like to speak in my words right now, and just tell you how important it is that God has continued creation, has continued creating marvelous, fantastic beings just for this time. Next 20 to 30 years. That's how much time we have. How much time is moving so quickly and moving us up and out into our futures. If you haven't, perhaps you want to give a little thought on where you're going after this lifetime. Where are you going? What are you wanting to do? Because it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And you are ascending. You're fantastic. But what do you want to do after this life? Everyone is so busy thinking of just getting through this, I think. They forget about what's next. And you get to create it. You get to say, "Oh, I would love to go to this star system or that, or maybe I just want to go home, wherever that is. And I just want to reconnect with spirit. And I just want to be me without all the encumbrances of a lifetime." And so what I would say to you, the archangels can help you define your futures what you are most capable of doing and where you're headed. So I thank you today. I want to keep my talk in this way. And I thank you for being here and listening, because this is new information. People go, oh, well, a new archangel. It's a very powerful creation Father, Mother has brought us. It'll take time for people to feel it and to know it, but the kids are getting it right away. I can't tell you how many little kids have picked up that book you have or pictures I have online and put it in their rooms. They're ready. They're looking. They are ready. I just love Promethea. She helps with nightmares, kids that can't seem to get over it or are feeling how they can feel energies coming. Promethea, and she comes and they feel her and they feel that protection in the heart, because many of the new little kids, wow, they are so amazing and aware, and they know things and they feel way too much. And I think these new archangels are going to help them evolve into who they came to be. So it's really wonderful. Thank you for your attention. Go ahead.
You mentioned about the new archangels.
Yes.
Are the archaea included?
Yes, they are. You mean the female aspect? Certainly. If you look at the new archangels, half or more are female presence. Oh, certainly. Yeah.
Okay, so that these angels, you could call on them anytime.
Anytime. They're present. God has created them. They're waiting. They're almost like they're waiting for us.
Yeah, so trying to figure out how they fit.
How do they fit? Yeah.
Like we're looking at Archangel Michael and
Right.
Child stuff like that.
Certainly.
They have a time, that much like us going to work, we have a certain time and certain things that we gotta do. And angel for every day.
Right.
One that overlooks the year,
Month.
week.
Right. We've got all that.
Hour,
Pardon me?
even the hour.
Yes, certainly.
So that type of energy that they represent.
Right.
Much like the moon cycles with the new moons.
Right.
How they work with the new moon energy, with the birds and people, last quarters.
Right.
Now there's certain groups of archaea and archangels that work that.
That helps you understand them, and it's become their duty or their placement.
This is what it feels like to me is they're emergencies.
Yeah, they are. They're kind of emergencies. You're right. They're the angels that are here. Now, Monday, did you guys feel a huge download? I was in bed sleeping. Sometimes Metatron says it's okay to sleep through it. And so then I called upon Amos and Cinlia to really help me with my heart, because I was having palpitations. I think you got it right there. I don't think it's emergency. I think it's dealing with all this incoming light all the time, these powerful influences. It's a changed world. It's a changed place. And people are wondering, where do we go from here? How can I go? I don't feel good. This is too much for me. And that's where they're here to assist. And then when people are learning about ascension and actually growing, they are ready for their next steps into eternity. They're there for that and for the whole world. So they're not going to be as easy to identify, perhaps. Even though they've given us their qualities, let me keep writing, because more will come on that. But I like your question, I do. Oh, don't they though?
Yeah. I asked Archangel Michael what time I said.
Yeah.
But under laws of equality, I talked to him just like we can talk.
Yeah.
I said, you guys lived here on Earth
way back when, or
this culture or that culture,
yeah.
or this race, that. How about the evolution of love? I understand that. But when you were here on this
Ah, really beautiful. Haven't got that far.
Yeah, so they're all multicultural, you know.
Yeah.
So understand that conspiracy doesn't see color, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The way we see
Energy. Energy.
color.
Thank you. Yeah. Um, yes, see what happens. Go for it. See the qualities, call them in, test them in whatever way you feel you want to. And I know you'll love working with them. There'll be one or more. Get the little booklet you're all looking at and feel one or more. What's really fun in the workshop, I'm not even going to have anything to read. We are going to sit and connect with the angel that I see there with you, that is stepping up, stepping forward to work with you now. So that'll be at the workshop coming up.
Who's this Helios?
Helios. Mm-hmm. Helios. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Angels of opposite.
I know. That one was so interesting to channel in. I'm like, what does that mean? He said, well, I'm the angel of opposites. I will present, not in a negative way, but another aspect, another way for you to look at something. Like you're studying something, and he'll go, yeah, but maybe you want to see it like this.
Yeah, because that's like this energy of the day. That's
Oh,
I just glanced at that because
it's so
it's like
crazy.
the animals and the birds and all that. But the frequencies.
Uh-huh.
Today's the day of the owls.
Good.
And also a sweet song, a star group, and
Okay.
also holy amethyst.
Nice.
Through the owl messages, the owl tells us to keep one eye mystery.
Yeah.
And
The other eye.
the light.
Okay. Yeah, sort of like that.
Opposite.
Mm-hmm. Right. And it's, I don't want to call it duality, but it's like holding a vibration in a couple different ways at the same time. And so he's really a great one to speak to about that. So I'm glad you picked that out.
In that mystery and that light, there's many languages.
Right.
Many languages, you know, of light. Languages.
Now these are, quote, newly created, which means they're new to our world, specific for the time that we're here now, next 20, 30 years.
So they're kind of would like to raise the vibration.
Absolutely. Raise the vibration. Right.
Understand better about possibly this 13-dimensional archangel vibration.
At least, yeah. Right.
That's really good, I think.
Thank you for, yeah. And you can help me define better, because I'm just bringing through what I saw right away. And I loved all the energy. And I just love how they really, really help. Like if you had any pain, like I had my knee and whatever, and I called in, let's see, Anana. I love her for pain. I mean, it's gone. Yeah, the red one with the heart. And the pain, these are some nice pictures of them that I found that are similar. So she's the one that helps if you have any aches and pains. And because as we ascend, there's going to be a lot of symptoms. And one of the symptoms was clumsiness. And so I was talking to people, and one guy said my dog was running into the wall, and I couldn't figure out what he was doing. And it's so that high vibration, and we're going like this and doing our best to rise and bring it up. And people are likely to be walking between the worlds a little clumsy sometimes. It's okay, it'll pass. So this is an introduction. There's more that'll be coming. And in the workshop, again, you'll connect and you'll feel it with the angel that's showing up for you right now. So I thank you all. Thank you. And blessings.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Because usually, looking at vibration, higher the vibration, less people.
Oh, is that right? Because I was wondering. I don't take it personally because I don't have to. But you're right.
I found that in some of the other workshops.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My nose adjuster here somewhere. Oh, that's so fun. You're gonna talk.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we'll break. Barbara Reynolds, seen her around here somewhere. She's running in circles. Who got this here? This yours?
That's for me.
Oh,
She just said.
Not a
yeah,
joy.
You cannot.
that's what she did. I'll be here next time.
Oh, man, if my daughter was
That's a Marshall, Tom.
just deal with that.
Yeah, deal with it.
Did
So,
you?
we
did your
was-
tripod go out?
Yeah, that he's using it.
I have another one in my truck if you want it.
No, yeah.
It's a Samsung Stage PXP. Okay. And then did you unmute it? So is the little green bar moving at all?
Tiny bit.
All I need is like one dot.
Okay, yeah.
So, okay, good. That's perfect.
Do you want to see your hands go off?
Testing 1, 2.
Yeah, they said yes to sitting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Sweet. And so we were just testing this out.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it seems to be okay. So
Have the
we were
mic
trying
back
to
and
adjust tall people taller because
Your
we're like
shoulders
they're
are microphone
taller.
there, right?
Yeah.
And then yeah.
Yeah, they're
So then it should be okay because then they would go like that.
Yeah. The mic.
they're
We're
pretty
just
tall.
doing-
Yeah, we're pretty tall.
Okay,
know.
so this is
Like Barbara's
the
really
second
tall.
mic for the live stream. And you guys will hand back and forth the other one because we're just testing it now to see.
Oh,
But
okay.
it seemed like it was picking up for them because they can't hear
See you later.
the other set. So
Yeah, I'm
sweet.
excited.
Yeah, we were just pretending, but we should be
Good.
good. And actually,
Do you want me to sit down because we're so tall?
and do you want a table between you, or are you good? Do you want this for your water?
What do you? No, I don't. Oh, oh, you're.
This behind you, your book,
Oh, that's a good idea.
or this has like.
I'll just leave it, stick it right here. Because you know what? I don't really know. I'm just thinking in case we choke. Well, you know what I mean. So I thought we better put it back there just in case. Oh.
And then we figured that you guys would just hand the mic back and forth like this. And then it shouldn't kind of
Yeah.
even interfere. And then this will just pick up. And even when you guys look at each other, go more. So Chief was singing and he was singing off that way. And it still picked up. So
Okay,
I'm like,
good.
should we good?
We're good.
And so, yeah. So you guys will be about.
What about re-announcing them, or should I stand?
You do
Are you able
whatever
to-
your little sexy self wants to.
Nice. Are you able to?
And so if we,
recommend-
so that means
Yep.
we should stay seated no matter what. We shouldn't stand up.
You can stand up if you want.
They'll just adjust the camera.
Yeah,
some
we're
people
just the
have got up and
cameras.
down.
They just
Okay,
might
okay,
not
just
be
wanted to
able
make
to
sure.
hear you.
Okay. Because okay, thank you.
So like, I mean, if you stand up, you're not gonna hear it as well on the live web stream.
Okay,
But none of my stuff is.
okay, gotcha. That's fine. Okay.
Here's my chest. You zoom out. Shall I talk to her?
Okay.
Just like. Oh, perfect. You can use that.
Oh, perfect.
See for that. Mind guidance level.
Make funny faces at me.
Okay, I will.
So what they're gonna do?
Okay, I'll figure out something.
So this is for the live feed. So we're just gonna sit, and we're gonna hand the mic back and forth. But then they said if we wanted to stand up, we can, but it just won't. And they put the water. She put the back here. In case we need it, it's right here. Oh, I can't even open it. I can't even get it open. I should probably put it this way.
Oh yeah, because we don't have the podium in it. I usually set it there if you don't mind.
Okay, I'll set this. I'll set this. Who's the tallest?
I think we're pretty close.
Okay, we just sit on the chairs. I'll set this. And
You
want me to close that door? Is that too close for you?
No, no, I'm fine.
Okay, sure. Okay.
We're gonna put this right here, like so you can see it.
Oh, beautiful.
That's what's gonna be up there.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
You just have fun up there, girlfriend.
So where should I stand when I introduce them?
So I'm gonna the theme song first. Or?
Yes, please, when you bring people back. My head's.
You're all in. No, you're good. Oh, on his, huh?
Yeah. Chopped off my head. Can I drum too?
Oh, you have a real one.
Lunches.
Come, 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 come,
And I know, we'll have to take the end.
Oh, sorry. Always time and start knowledge. Is that better? All right. So our next speakers are Barbara Reynolds and Mark Reynolds. Barbara leads activations with the Earth individuals and groups. She works with her husband Mark to activate that which is dormant, the memory of who we are. Barbara is a spiritual guide. She is clairsentient, clairvoyant, and clairaudient. She has a unique ability to see what is happening energetically in the body and then works with individuals to transform any patterns that are no longer serving this higher purpose. I have had the privilege of having her work before, and I always, after my first session, I said I probably wouldn't have done so many drugs as a teenager had I known that this existed. It's extremely powerful, extremely amazing. Mark helps to lead the activation groups as well, envisioning weekends and leads journeys to activate the Earth. Mark has the unique ability to present big, universal spiritual laws in a way that is easily received. Between his vast knowledge of the tech world and his intimate knowledge of the world religions, he is capable of combining the two to present an alternative narrative of how we live day to day and what it means to our eternal growth. They also have a workshop today from 3 to 3:50. Are you just doing a group activation? Oh, I'm sorry, you're speaking, my bad. Yay! It's a backwards day. It's at 5. Activating the avatar within, for those of you who didn't hear that, group activation, very powerful, very amazing. Can everybody please give a warm round of applause to Barbara and Mark.
Thank you. We are very grateful to be here. We want to thank specifically Chief Golden for inviting us. It's been an honor to be here with you all, be able to speak to you for a few moments. One of the things we do that may be different is that Barbara and I each share our specific frequency, and what we're going to be doing today is giving you that dual frequency, where she will say and speak on some subject, and I will follow up with my interpretation. And so you'll be able to get two different vibrational waveforms and be able to resonate one, the other, or both. And that is our hope, is that you'll be able to recognize and to resonate with these. We're going to give you an encoded message today, vibrationally encoded. We're hoping that it touches you and gives you pause for thought and be able to help and maybe assist in your day-to-day. So we'd like to start that process. And like I said, we will both be passing the mic back and forth at that time.
So the work that we've been doing recently, since last February, has been light code activations. And so what our intent is for today is for each one of us here to receive a light code activation. So if you agree with that, and if you'd like for that to happen and embrace that, just set that intention now. Because what our intent is by the end of our time together, each one of us here will have received a light code activation up into the level that's comfortable within our bodies. It's a frequency transference. Light code activations are something, the way that they describe it to us is that it's messages that we have left for ourselves to activate the crystalline structure within our DNA. So I do want to back up a little bit, and Mark and I, this is the first time that we weren't really sure what we were going to be talking about. We have been doing the light code activations since February, and before that time we've been doing group activations to activate the Earth. We were trying to activate the water of the planets, and we started that back in 2006. But I have to tell you that a few nights ago I said, Mark, what are we going to be talking about? And since we've been waiting for the light code activations, well, maybe we'll have a specific one for today. And the word I heard was cohesive. I'm thinking, cohesive? Is that going to be the light code information? So we kind of just talked a little about what cohesive meant, and then we kind of went all of our day. So last night was a very interesting night for me. I got up in the middle of the night, I didn't sleep very well, and I was trying to figure out how to journal. But our son Mike was in the room and Art was there. And so I was trying to figure out how to have the light on without waking everybody up. And so I had a candle, and then I had my book. And then right at that moment, I brought my cell phone in to use as a light. And I looked at my phone, and I saw that I had a text from our daughter, who lives in Seattle, and this is 3 o'clock in the morning. And the text said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I've been in a car accident. My car is totaled." And this is at 3 in the morning at a time that I can't reach her because I have no cell signal. I'm like, oh my gosh. So I had this huge range of emotions happening. And then I'm trying to look up cohesive. So I'm going to read that to you, what cohesive was. Okay, so when you look up cohesive, cohesive is cohering or tending to cohere, well integrated, unified, physics of or relating to the molecular force within a body or substance to unite its parts. Like, oh my gosh, well, that's what we're doing. We're becoming a unified field. We're remembering who we are. We are all unified. And how do we get there? It's love. The answer to everything, no matter all the searching that I've been going through for my entire life, it's all love. If we can move to the frequency of love, we just vibrate out of whatever fear we're in. So with that, I sat there and I said some prayers to my daughter, and I was able to text her, and she did respond to me, so I was able to go to sleep then. So now I'm going to go back to how, with activation. Okay, so, sorry, I haven't had much sleep, so I'm a little jumpy in my head. In 2014, a couple years ago, I had, that place between sleep and awake early in the morning, and I typically get voices in my head sometimes, but spirit talks to me. But I was laying in bed, I was just about ready to wake up, and there was a very distinct male voice right next to my bed saying that the island of the sun will change your life. I shot out of bed, I run downstairs, I'm like, Mark, we have to go to Island of the Sun. Thank God for Mark. He's like, okay, babe, when? I didn't know where Island of the Sun was. So I'm like, okay, well, we have to Google that now.
In other words, I had a to-do list. Just a 30-second backstory. At the time, I'm a systems analyst, independent contractor. At the time, I was in between contracts. So it's one of those, two sides of the coin. We had lots of time to do things. Unfortunately, the income stream to afford such activities was at a very low point, obviously not being in a contract. So there were secondary considerations through all of this. Obviously the 3D reality that we live on is it's nice to eat, have a roof over our head, car to travel around in. Those things require money to keep in your life. But by being in between contracts, we now have the time to go. So you're sitting there and you're tossing back and forth. What do we do? I could wait. Let's get a contract, get some money coming in, then we'll go to Lake Titicaca. I swear it was hard. But yeah, we all know that it probably doesn't happen very often. We say, so we decided to go. And when we started this, we really had no preconceived ideas of what we were really going to do, the things that would transpire, the things that we would do. So we kind of were an open book in getting there. And once we got there, we began to realize, and it began to be shown to us, what it was that we were to perform there. And what that was to release the feminine energy from what was being held within that lake. The old story goes that humanity first came forth from Lake Titicaca. The sun, golden disk, set in the lake. And over time, the woman, the feminine energy, the soft energy, was held down and basically kept submerged, kept hidden, if you like, from the world. And we needed to go and to to assist in bringing that energy back up above the water into the realms of this earth, so it could breathe the fresh air. And that was what we were there to do. And we went out there to the northernmost part of that island and performed a ceremony in which we were able to release the feminine energy on that island.
So there were three things on Lake Titicaca that we did. It was on the island of the sun. One was balancing the male and female. The other one was embodying. So what does that mean? So it's embodying our true light, embodying our divinity, embodying our authentic selves. And then the third thing that they showed us was how to bridge the world. So how do we open up and move into a resonant field where we can bring in our original blueprints, our divine blueprint, and connect to source in a way that we can activate our DNA. So our crystalline structure within our DNA, they keep telling us it is time to activate it. So Mark and I, when we first started doing this, we were activating the waters of the world. They would bring through a frequency that we can share throughout all the entire globe, because the water is the bloodlines. And so we would do ceremony around different oceans. They would tell us different streams. We went to Niagara Falls. But we kept saying, how does this help in here? Like, how does it help the people? And they kept saying to us, as you activate yourself, you activate others. As you activate others, you activate the earth. As you activate the earth, you activate yourself. It's all one. It's all one. So with this last few months, in February, they said, we're going to bring you through some light codes. There's going to be 7, and then 5, and then 7. So I was like, okay, that sounds good. All right, we'll do a group. They're like, no, you need to reach more people. So it's like, well, okay, how about a phone conference? So we started setting up, each Monday we would do a code. And what it did for me was it brought through trust, because they didn't actually give us the code until that day. And sometimes they didn't give us a code until 15 minutes before we had the group. But what I realized over time is that our molecular structure was changing because we were doing a habit. It was a discipline. Every week, now granted we meditate and we connect, but every week we were engaging with, I am choosing to evolve. And I am choosing to claim my light. And I am choosing to activate the DNA within this physical structure. What they're saying to us at this time, on this planet right now, is that it is possible to embody that much light. They're telling us that we can be ascended masters. Now, here, it is possible. And when we used to do ceremony on the earth, I would always call in the stewards of the land, which we still do. But just recently, we were doing that. And we heard very clearly, you are the stewards of the land. And that hit me so strongly that we are, each one of us, we are. And so as we are balancing the male-female, as we're balancing it within ourselves, and as we're balancing with our partners, we're mirroring for each other all those parts that need to be awakened and embodied and actualized within our bodies now. So what we're going to do is, what we'd like to do is do a light code activation now. So we're going to call in our guides and teachers from the highest vibration, the highest light, the highest good of all. And whatever kind of protection you normally do, I usually call in Archangel Michael. We're going to ask for them to put protection around us. Because there is something very powerful in a group, and I know each one of you know that because you're here in this group at this time. As we come together in a resonant field and we connect our heart fields, we create something grander than ourselves. So what we're asking to do is, so last night when Mark and I were talking about what we were going to be saying today, it's like, what can we best bring through? Well, as he was like, we're a microcosm of the macrocosm. So as we come together as a group in a resonant field, and share this light together, then we can send it out to the earth. And we do create a force to be reckoned with. And with this, what's been going on the earth recently, if you just look at the news. In fact, the other night, maybe a month ago, a spirit, it was actually a dear friend of ours who crossed over. He said, you guys need to pulse light into the field. And he goes, you need to do it like tomorrow. So I called Claudia. Claudia, we have to pulse light into the field. So I'm like, okay, well, how are we going to do that? So we went to the river, we did ceremony, but right after that was when some pretty horrific things were happening on the planet. And so this is a reminder that we all have the power to do that. So what we're asking to do is we're asking to activate the light codes within our physical body up until a level that is comfortable within this physical body. So these are codes that you have left for yourself. These codes come in through your original planet, your original star system. So as they come in, you'll be embodying your authentic divine self, and you're going to be bringing that forward here into this physical body now. So we're calling in our guides and teachers from the highest vibration, the highest light, for the highest good of all. We're calling in Archangel Metatron to put forth the fifth dimensional Merkaba around all of our fields. When you activate that Merkaba around your field, I know a lot of you have probably used that to travel, but it also is, you could use it to actually amp up your field. So we're asking to activate the fifth dimensional Merkaba around our fields, and then also a grand one around all of us. So as we take a deep breath, we're going to come fully connected to our Blessed Mother Earth. All of our chakras are aligned and clear, all the way down from our soul star, the stellar gateway, the causal plane, our crown chakra, third eye. The throat, the heart, solar plexus around our belly button, sacral root, and all the way out, our feet into our earth star. Okay. So we're invoking the fifth dimensional Merkaba around all of our fields. Our hearts are completely open, and now with conscious intent, connect our fields, our heart fields, open up and connect. Because as we do this, we each support each other in this light.
When we speak of light, what comes to mind? Is it an actual being that's emanating from source? Do you find it to be pure energy, pure knowledge? What do you think when you see light? What do you think when you see spirit, creator, God, Allah, whatever you want to call it? It's a name. It's not it. What do you see? What is this thing that we say created all that we know, all that we don't know? What is this? Is it something that is just flying by the seat of its pants? Is it something that spaced something out? The plan was going so well until those Muslims showed up. The plan was so good until transgenders wanted to use the bathroom with me. Things were really good until my God forgot those things. Is that our definition of source? Or is our definition of source complete, all knowledgeable, all powerful, creator of that which is all? Because you can't have it both ways. If you do truly believe in something that has created and overrides all things, then how can you fear something else? How can something who controls your DNA, oversees your life, and determines how far you're going to go? Where does this fear arise from when you think of a creator that has done its homework? What room for fear is there with a creator that has thought it through? When you come to actually believe and accept what you say, that there is a creator, it has done its homework. there is no need for fear. You know that each one of us fits precisely in this puzzle we call life. Precisely. Because a perfected being will make things fit precisely. No room for error, no room for, gee, I spaced that one out. How about a do-over? It is perfect. We are actually from that perfect creator. We have perfection within us. We are, in fact, doing exactly what we're supposed to do. We use our gifts, we use our talents, we help others. That's what we do. We do that because not from fear, but because of love. Because that source which we are making back to is pure love. It loves me, it loves the Muslims, it loves the transgenders, it loves the Russians. It is love. We are all making our way down our individual paths. My path is not your path. Yours is not mine. Your choices will not be mine any more than my choices will be forced upon you. We are exactly as we need to be because we are exactly in a perfect, perfect universe. There is, my friends, nothing to fear. There is nothing to fear. And a lot of times our biggest fear isn't the grays, isn't all of these other things about, gee, we need to build walls higher, we need to make our ditches deeper. We are fearful usually of our own selves because we're afraid of what we could really be if we just say to hell with it and move forward. That's what our fear is ultimately usually. It is ourselves. We need to overcome that fear. We are exactly what we need to be, and we're doing what we need to do. And it all revolves around a perfect creator who has perfectly built this schoolroom for us.
So as we move into a high vibration frequency of light, as we connect our hearts and set intent that in this moment I choose to activate the light codes within my DNA. As we do this, anything unlike love that we hold in our bodies, any contracts, agreements, programming that no longer serves us, will transform and transmute into light. So in this moment, I am choosing I am. I am that I am. There's just one of us here. As we connect our hearts, and as we ask, and as we state, I choose to activate the light codes within the crystalline structure of my DNA. I remember. I remember who I am. I remember my divinity. I claim my divinity. As we're balancing the male and female within, the male has taught me to be the warrior of light, to speak up for my needs, to claim my voice, to speak my truth, even if my truth changes over time. As I'm speaking my truth from an open heart, it can only be good, it can only be right. So I'm balancing that within my body now. I'm balancing my heart and my head. I'm choosing to embody light fully. I activate the light codes within the crystalline structure of my DNA. These are the light codes that you have left, that we have left for each other from our original planets, our original star systems. These are our original blueprints. As we activate the light codes within our DNA, we choose to embody light fully. With each breath, we feel that light moving all the way down. It'll start to pulse. Just move it all the way down your body. and out your feet into the earth. You'll feel the earth respond. She's here supporting us, guiding us. She's always been here. The divine structure has always been present in nature around us. It is remembering that divine structure within these physical bodies. We're claiming our heritage, we're claiming our lineage of light, and we're doing that now. I activate the light codes within the crystalline structure of my DNA. I embody fully my divine blueprint. I claim it now within this physical body. Take a deep breath. Feel it go all the way down through your body. We're asking to amp this up into a frequency that's comfortable within my physical body at this time. I'm claiming my light. These light codes are coming through portals, they've been coming through waves and waves. We just need to actively and consciously engage with them. Choose to be here now in this physical body. You're bringing forth your lineage of light within this physical body now. So I embody light. So the next light code that's coming in is about bridging the worlds. So we're bridging the different dimensions, you're bridging to your origins, the high frequencies of light where you were originally created. We're bridging to that knowledge, that wisdom, in a form that's accessible now through this human body, through this human mind, that's completely balanced on our Blessed Mother Earth. So I'm activating the light codes within my DNA structure. I'm activating the crystalline structure within my DNA. As we bridge the worlds, as we claim this light, more wisdom is available to us. Truths might change. Stay fluid, connect to the earth. We're asking these to move through our bodies and activate the light codes within our physical bodies. So bring it all the way down. So we're asking that each one of you at this time, if you don't already know, and if you'd like to know what your original star system is, you can ask that now. As your original blueprint is coming through these light codes, you can ask that if that would be helpful for you. We're asking to evolve. We are evolving. We are moving into new species. This is a memory of who we are, and we're claiming that now. So take a few moments and connect with your original star system and bring forth that frequency now. These frequencies, as they blend through our open hearts, create a symphony of light. So we're asking that all these light codes be calibrated gently and gracefully within this physical body. Some of you might be receiving one, some might be two, you might be receiving more than that. Whatever's in your highest good right now, whatever you've set up beforehand to receive right now, you're receiving that right now. So we're asking for all this calibration, all this light, be calibrated gently and gracefully within this physical body, up into a level that's comfortable. Now as we see this web of light, it's a beautiful web of light that connects all of us, that moves out from our hearts. So start to visualize that now. And you'll see that web of light go all the way around the planet, connects with all beings on the planet. We're going to amp up that light and see how we are all connected. We all support each other through light. We all give to each other through light. It's all variations of love. As we move to this place of love, distortion falls away, separation falls away. We feel the love in our hearts. We feel our hearts beating as one. As we send this amazing love and light through this web of light around the earth, we're going to visualize it going into the waterways. See it going into the oceans, the rivers, the ponds. It'll amplify out this light. With this, with conscious intent, we are stating as stewards of this land to activate the earth. We're activating all those beds of crystals. We're activating the earth, the memory of who we are. With combined hearts, as stewards of this land now, we're choosing to activate the earth. And we can feel her pulse. As we send this into the waterways, we see it moving all the way around to available to every sentient being on the entire planet. As I activate the earth, I activate myself. We activate each other. In this moment, I choose to activate the light codes within the crystalline structure of my DNA. We're asking to calibrate all this light gently and gracefully within these physical bodies. And we send it all the way down into our Blessed Mother Earth. We see the waters alive and clear and vibrant with life. We see these frequencies moving into the crystalline structure of the earth, awakening, wisdom there, held there, waiting for us. Remember, as the chief said, when you see rock or crystal, put your hand on it, send your energy in. It'll respond with wisdom, light, memory, and unity. It's who we are. I remember. So we're seeing all this light moving all the way around the earth. We're sending it to any place that you want. Through our combined hearts, this frequency of unity. Okay, so we're asking to receive, to finish up with the transmission of our light codes. And if you'd like, you can ask that this continue through June time. But we're asking to bring them all the way through and integrate through into our physical bodies. Feel your feet on the earth. And with a couple breaths, start to become present within the room. So just take a couple deep breaths. We're asking to come fully present back into our physical bodies. We're asking that all this light be calibrated gently and gracefully. In this moment, in my body now, in this physical body now, my truth. The light codes within my body are activated. I have access to the lineage of light. I have access to the library of light. I have access to the wisdom of the earth. I choose unity. I choose love. Okay, a couple more breaths. Come fully present. How's everybody feeling?
When Barbara speaks of energy, sending that energy out into the world, my mind has to go through a translation period in which I see this energy that she's talking about as a sine wave. Those of us of a certain generation will remember a TV show called The Outer Limits, and that started out with a sine wave on its opening credits. And so you think of these waveforms, and there's an unbelievable number of waveforms out there. waveforms of love, waveforms of hate, waveforms of gratitude, waveforms of selfishness. You name it, a waveform that says the only way I can win is for you to lose. If you win, that means I lost. That's a waveform. That's a waveform grounded in fear and says, gee, there's not enough for everybody, and there can only be one on top. That's fear. And that's an energy waveform that is very prevalent. We have people all the time who are saying, pointing out to us all of the evils of fearfulness that is present out there in the world. That's a big waveform that has been created. It is a literal energy pattern being created, and we buy into that to some degree or other. And when she talks about sending a waveform, sending light out into the world, I'm thinking of a waveform that has to counterbalance that existing waveform in place that says fear. We want to send love. And as light workers, that's what we do. We send love. We generate love. We like to see love built up in others. We try to build it up into ourselves. And when we send that out, we are able to send it out and to touch the people based on its amplitude. How strong is that energy wave? Some of you were able to feel a very strong energy wave from Barbara. Maybe not so much from me. Others are like, holy cow, Mark, dial it down, and aren't really resonating with Barbara. It all depends on what that waveform is doing to you and how you recognize it. We're trying to counterbalance waveforms that have been generated in the world from time immemorial. We go back to Sumerian texts and we read about, gee, this group had to fight that group and had to overcome them. And our histories are replete with my way or the highway. My rules. Do it my way. I've got the answers. Follow me. This is what we're constantly being told out there. I have the answers. The right way is my way. We want to be able to nullify that waveform by sending out love that says there is enough. Yes, we do need to consider. Yes, we do need to take into account there's all kinds of energetic waveforms out there, and to target how we want to be able to change those waveforms. We talk about, oh gee, there'll be a day when unity will rule in the earth, when we will all be one together. Well, that's going to happen when the waveform, that energy pattern that says, gee, it's my way, gee, I win if you lose. When that energy pattern no longer exists, when that energy pattern's gone, we now have an energy pattern that says we are unified. There is enough. My success isn't built on dollars. It isn't built on that mansion. It isn't built in my cars or my position or the number of letters I have at the end of my name. My success is in the fact that I've helped these number of people. My success is that I lifted the poor, that I helped feed the hungry. Gee, this is starting to sound familiar, right? We've read all these things from a guy who taught 2,000 years ago. Give to the poor, lift them up, feed them, give your coat to somebody. And believe me, the other religions have these same tenets. We just probably don't hear about them because they're not politically correct. But the point is that we have been given these information streams that says there are alternatives and there is another way. We're just too fearful to try them because that means change, and change is fearful.
I wanted to share with you my dream I had last night. So after I was sitting in the bathroom floor with my candle trying to write and trying to recover from hearing that our daughter Elise was in a car accident, I went into that kind of crazy sleep that we go to at like 4 o'clock in the morning. And I had this dream. So at breakfast this morning, we were downstairs eating, and I was really alter because I didn't have much sleep, and I was telling the dream to Mark and Mike, and like, I had the craziest dream. We were here at the Star Knowledge Conference, and we were at one of the breakout rooms, and one of the workshops was ending, and the door was open, and I went in, and Mark and I were kind of standing at the back of the room, waiting for the room to clear, and I looked over, and there was a crystal statue of a dog, and it was this beautiful white, and it had blue on top of it. But when I opened the door and came in, someone said, "Don't let the dog out." And I looked down, and that crystal dog was real, and it started to run out. And I was so shocked that I was seeing a crystal and dog run, and it was long hair, and it was all shimmery, that I'd let the dog out. And so when I was telling them the story this morning, our son Mike goes, "Dog, crystalline, blue, the dog star. Isn't it the serious dog?" I thought, oh my gosh, okay, we're letting the dogs out. Like, okay, I guess we're ready. And then we started singing that song, "We Let the Dogs Out." So anyway, it was just so funny because I didn't even put it together until he said it. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so true. So does anybody have any questions, or anybody have any feedback from the light codes?
The ladybug.
Wait, what did you say, sir?
A ladybug.
A ladybug just landed on you?
Well, Wesley brought it.
Oh,
Did you bring a ladybug?
You did.
Yeah, dragonfly too.
What?
come on! Did that just fly in?
It came in just a little while ago out the front and it collected it, so I wanted to present it. I know it's come in for this talking.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. And ladybug is illusion, right?
Well, right.
I mean, dragonfly, that's what I meant. Dragonfly isn't dragonfly, so we're breaking all the illusions.
Yes.
And we're
What you were just
choosing.
saying, that what you said about the light code and recognizing our ancient kind, it came in right at that time.
Oh my gosh, I
You're
love
like,
it.
look and see your ancient kind, and I'm like,
Oh
oh
my
yeah! So thank you, and I know it's
Thank you,
coming
that's
for
awesome.
that for you guys, ladybug. Whoop, whoop.
Thank you. Yeah, because dragonfly is illusion, and so we are breaking through all the illusions, and we're choosing to see through them, and to see truth, and see truth within ourselves. That is beautiful. Thank you. And what is
Honor you
ladybug?
guys. I know it came in honor of you.
Thank you very much. I love that. And I'm not sure what ladybug means. Blood? Is that what that means? Oh, I love that. And what was that?
It's also light.
Light. Okay, there we go. So we're bringing them lots of love and light. Well, thank you. That's awesome. No. It's blue. Okay, so they were just saying that the lady, the dragonfly is blue. It's like the, oh my gosh, it is. Maybe it's
True, it's all true.
maybe it's from Sirius.
Seriously.
That's great. Thank you.
So we hope that this was good for y'all as well as for us. What we'd like to do is to be able to invite y'all to visit our website, www.iamactivated.com. There are many things on there that are hand in glove with what we've talked about here today. The main thing I want to try to get across to everybody here and to those particularly listening on the online stream is that we, you, everyone, has power. You're not a candle in the wind. You have power. The power within yourself to be able to grow, to be able to develop, to be able to accomplish the things that you want to accomplish. It is a learning process. It is a process which requires practice, time after time. And this is one of the things that we learned in our exercises with the 757 light codes, was that through every week we were going through and meditating and opening ourselves up for the promptings and the movements of the Spirit to direct us in what we needed to speak about. Each of us are powerful beings, and by practicing that power, we can be able to direct our energy waves and to be able to help others. We've all been in these events where somebody has walked into the room and everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. If the president of the US walks in, everybody knows it. The president of a company or whatever it is, everybody, Chief Golden Lady walks into the room, everybody knows. You have a presence. A field is emanating, a vibrational pattern that affects others, and they immediately know, oh, you are here. Each of us has that ability, and it could be something that if you were of a mind to practice, that when you walked into the room, everybody knew you walked into the room. That when you spoke, people felt calm, people felt invigorated, felt powerful, felt like they weren't at the whim of somebody or something else, that they recognized their divinity, that you were able to bring that out. That is an energy pattern, that is a wave that you can develop, that you can then instill and be able to send out to others so that they enjoy being around you. They say, boy, I felt so good being around her. She's just wonderful. She was saying all these things that I loved. Those are energy patterns that they're picking up and that they're resonating with. And you and each one of us has that ability to be able to affect others around us. And all we need to do is to be able to pick up and be able to practice and know that we are strong, strong people in our own right. We don't take us backseat to anybody. We don't have to worry about, gee, somebody's keeping me down. We have the power to rise to the greatness that we want to be. And we all do. We all do, because that's the spark within us. We know we can achieve. We know we can do. We know we can affect. And yet we're constantly being told, no, we can't. No, we don't have the power. No, they have the power. No, this other thing has the power. No, that other thing has the power. You have the power. You can make change. There's my pep talk. Go get them, team. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. Oh, and I just have one other thing. So in every given moment, we can choose to either be in love or in lack of love. Every moment. Thank you.
So their workshop is at 5 o'clock. They will be doing a group activation, and it is in the Lady Washington room, right over here. So please stick around. I actually want to share a story that relates to Barb and Mark's story about Lake Titicaca. So I just, we took a family trip down to Florida, and I've never been to Florida. I've never felt warm water in the ocean or seen clear water. And I was really nervous about going because I watched this documentary about all the plastic that's in the ocean and everything. Like, once the plastic bottles start to break down, they never really go away. They just turn into little bits and pieces, and the fish eat them, and then it's in the water, and it's heating up with the sun. So I was freaking out. I was like, we're not going to swim in the ocean every day. We'll get sick. Like, I can't do it. I was freaking out. And then a friend of mine was like, what better way to help cleanse the water than by putting your energy into it? And then he said, what isn't polluted? And I was like, oh, that's a good point. It's a sad point, but it's a good point. So me and Barbara met up and we were talking about all this fun spiritual stuff. And we meet up to do some energy work a couple days later, and she brings me this bottle, and she was like, it's water from Lake Titicaca. I didn't really know where Lake Titicaca was. I don't know, I didn't read about it. I assumed it was in the United States, did the usual giggle, Titicaca. And then she also gifted me a crystal to go with it. She was like, you're supposed to put this water into the ocean when you're there and give a blessing to the water. So I was like, yes, this is great. And on the trip down, we drove to Florida, and it was in the Gulf of Mexico. It was on the Emerald Coast. And as I started reading about Lake Titicaca, I was like, oh, it's in Peru, and it's the sacral chakra, I believe, isn't it? And I was like, whoa, okay, this is way more powerful than I imagined. And then when I asked her how long she's had that water in the bottle, she said 2 years. So she's had it for 2 years, and they gave it to me to take to put in the ocean. So I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do with the crystal, and my husband was like, you're supposed to throw it in the ocean. I'm like, I don't want to, it's really pretty. So we did a ritual on the full moon in July. So underneath the full moon, we honored the moon, we honored the ocean, we sent positive healing energy into the water. The messages that have come through, which I've already talked about this weekend, is the water takes away your negativity and it transmutes it, but you have to send love back in as well. You need to make a conscious effort and give gratitude for what it's taking out. So I asked for guidance if I was supposed to really throw the crystal in the water, and they said yes, but not right now. 2 days later, we were going on a dolphin tour, and I was supposed to put it in the water with the dolphins. So I did. So we put the crystal into the water, and I think it's just really amazing that you're telling this story, and I'm like, oh, this is perfect. So if you realize, like, you'll start talking to people here, and I came back and we all had a meeting together, like me, Barbara, Claudia, and this other woman, Susan, and Claudia's been doing healing work on the water. I did some in another place. I went to the river in Austin and we did work there. And every time I'm around water now, I just send energy. And it doesn't have to be a big ritual when you do this. Just think it, and so it is, and believe it. But just send love and put your good vibes in there, and let it take away what is not working for you anymore. And it can't be stressed enough. I mean, it's like water, 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 and everything is connected by water. Every single thing on this planet, somehow, with the rivers, the deltas, the oceans, like every single thing. And then all of us, to the water we drink, and even flushing the toilet, just all of it, it's everywhere. Like, even if you dig down far enough, you find water. And people have wells, so it's all over, it's underneath us, it's above us when it rains. So we really, really need to honor the water. Does anybody know what time it is? It's 7 till. So since we're all connected, has anybody else felt these messages come in with the water? Yes?
Yeah, we've been really involved with protecting Colorado's waters against fracking.
Oh, awesome! Yes, that just gave me the chills. That's awesome. And I know when they had those floods 3 years ago, we had those floods 3 years ago, I think it was Weld County, that they were really worried because of all the fracking and everything flooded, and so the water got polluted.
Yeah.
And what's happening with that, do you know?
Well, we are kind of holding our breath right now. Like, we just had to win 108,000 lives and 216,000 petitions into the Colorado state government to get fracking initiatives on the ballot to vote in November, which is right now. Oil and gas basically owns the state of Colorado. They plan to put tens of thousands of wells in Colorado in the next 20 years, and basically closing Colorado on the air and water. And right now, we have no rights to stop them in any community. None of our communities have the rights to pass stricter limitations in the state. And the state says to leave a drop of oil in the ground is a waste of our natural resources.
That's insane.
Right now, they can build a well 500 feet from our homes and 1,000 feet from schools and hospitals.
And something, I have a lot of friends that live in Oklahoma, and they're having a lot of earthquakes there because of the fracking. But everybody, I just see it on Facebook, and they're just like, oh, it sucks, another earthquake. And then they even write, it's from the fracking. But they still live there. Nobody does anything about it. And this is what the, I would say, problem is. It's frustrating. It's, so many people think they can't make a difference. Like, oh, just leave it up to somebody else, or, well, we're all going to die anyways. Like, yeah, but we don't have to suffer.
Another thing that's I've been wondering about too is like with the global warming and everything, and thinking about the water and how we can have such an impact on it. Like, what if we did a universal prayer for ice, like just for like the ice to the glaciers to freeze again, for everything to get cold again, for the poles to freeze again. Yeah.
if we all did a universal prayer? Last I had heard though, I thought they changed it to global climate condition because things, yeah, because it's like things were actually colder, but I know that they're still melting. I think it was almost like there was something with that more for with all the pollution and everything. There was something with it, I can't remember. Why don't we just do a prayer now while we're all here? Does that sound good? Would you like to come up and lead the prayer? Please?
Yeah.
You know what you're talking about. I'll sit here with you and stare at you creepily.
I'm used to it. I have 4 teenagers. So again, I've just been, it's been proven that by praying with the water, we can change the DNA and the structure. And so I've just been, I've been wondering for a few months, like, what if we did global prayers for ice and we visualize the poles freezing again, ice spreading again, and the permafrost that's been melting, freezing solid again. So maybe we can just close our eyes and ground into Mother Earth. Send our roots down into Mother Earth. And then pull her energy and her love up through our chakra systems. And spiral up and then out of our crown chakras and into the heavens. And again, calling in the power and the authority of our starry lineages and calling in all of our relatives and asking as earthlings for assistance from all the divine beings that are available to assist, and just making a prayer and visualizing the waters that are too hot, cool. Visualize the crystalline ice beings freezing the waters again in the poles of our planet. Visualize the waters of the deep oceans that the whales require to breathe their young and to birth their young, getting cold.
Continue, we're going to sing a song that talks about the water. And water, as she's sitting here, she's a sun dancer, and she knows about water. She understands about water. So there's a song that we sing that's going to help you through this and help us through this. As you know, water is our life. Water is you. So we're going to sing this song.
And Shirley, you'll be up after that, okay? This drumming is also going to help the energy for Shirley.
Hey,
Yes, thanks to Kelly. Everybody give a round of applause for bringing that there. Thank you for all participating and raising the energy for the planet.
I just want to say that that's for my children, Oswin, Tarquin, Abosha, Quetzal, and all of the amazing children in this world that I've had the pleasure to meet and those I haven't. And it's for them that stand up and keep fighting, even when it seems like all hope is lost.
All right, so our next speaker is Shirley Bolstock. She was born and raised in Denver, Colorado. Her parents are Holocaust survivors. She has authored books such as Apples from the Tree of Life, Impassioned Soul, and Grapes from the Vines of Life. She is an energy healer, speaker, teacher, as well as a medium who is able to connect with those on the other side and has spoken at the 1111 and 1212 Star Knowledge conferences and has been a guest on numerous radio shows. She has a workshop at 7 p.m. in the Meeker Room over here in her workshop. So for over 40 years, we've assumed that DNA changes affecting the genetic code solely impact how proteins are made. Now we know that this basic assumption about reading the human genome missed half of the picture. What's a little more, can you give me, this is a long description, if you just want to come up and give maybe a...
I'll be happy to.
Everybody please welcome Shirley.
The activations that I do are based on numerical sequence and gematria of numbers. They come in mathematical patterns that affect all life source and affect our DNA. It affects the Earth DNA, it affects our human DNA, and it affects all species that relate and are connected to one another. In my workshop tonight, I will be downloading a numerical gematria formula that works on the 8 activations. I will be bringing in the number 44. Each and every one of you who attend my workshop will get a 44 activation, and we will download it into Estes here. Okay. All right, first of all, I want to thank the amazing speakers that have preceded me. I can't tell you what it's like. These are tough acts to follow, but I am grateful that so many of them have come through with such incredible information that only makes my job easier. The great information that Golden Eagle has brought through, that Bobby's brought through about the waters, that Michael has brought through about the 432 frequency, that Carrie, unbelievable, great divine equation that you have brought in into this wonderful Star Knowledge Conference. You did an incredible, beautiful activation. Carrie and I are sort of cousins that we both work with divine activations. And it was kind of nice to see that there were some similar numbers in her activations that I used. That was great confirmation for myself. So let me tell you what an 8 activation is and what does it mean by the one I am. This is what these activations that I do work on, and I do individual and group activations. And one of the things that I noticed when I was doing healing, and doing a lot of my medium work, doing a lot of my intuitive work, one thing I hated was bringing in the same information over and over again. And have you ever met people that they seem to get in the same problem over and over again? And they tell you, I'll never do that again. I am changing it this time. This time I'm going to find a different partner. I'm going to do something different. I'm going to work with my money. And of course, the healings and the great work that we're doing certainly are a help. But sometimes I was noticing 1 step back, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, 1 step forward, and it was driving me crazy. I'm like, oh, you're back again, and I have the same thing to say. And I couldn't stand it. And I wanted the healing work that would move energy, that would move patterning out of our DNA, Consciousness is alive. Consciousness has motion. It is torsion. It moves. Anything that has consciousness has life force. And consciousness is in our DNA. Our DNA are record keepers. They speak. Every molecule, every atom, all the codes in our DNA resonate to a language. And you could have a specific resonation, and you could find somebody across the world that is going to relate to whatever you have going on. One of my main goals was to find a way to move energy in a way where we could eradicate the patterns in our generations that no longer serves us. And of course, this works with all the elements as well, because we were talking about form and we're talking about fluid. We're talking about inversion and we're talking about ascension. So what started to happen was I became a matrix energetics practitioner. That is the modality that I use to bring in these activations. But know that frequency lives, and whether you do reconnection, you do shamanism, you do matrix energetics, no matter what healing modality you bring in, these frequencies will come through. Why? Because of the mathematical sequence that are attached to the God I am frequency. They'll come through every modality, because all modality is a part of that wonderful God I am. Now, we've all heard of 0 point frequency. 0 point. A lot of people think, well, that's God right there. 0 point, it's that vacuum. We can create from that energy sequence. This is fabulous. Well, that is only the divine finger of God, because God equals number one. Number one is the I am. God, in order to know God, must come back into God to experience God. One cannot be reversed, and you can't push it forward. It contains all that is. One is the ultimate mutable number that is in all frequency, all vibration, and in all things. So what had happened is I had started to work with a number of abductees, and I had started to work with people who were having some, well, looks like I'm double mic'd. That's so I could speak twice as much frequency that I was bringing in. I can make it even stronger. After all, it is all a broadcast, right? And frequency does broadcast. It speaks. Have you gone in an elevator with somebody? You can feel energy right away. You're like, wow, there's something about this person. I love this person. Well, one of the things that started to happen to me when I worked on abductees, is I was noticing something kind of peculiar. Yeah, and we know that they have issues, boy. They have, it's other beings are controlling them. They seem to have trouble. They can't sleep at night. Their abundance suffers. I mean, I was hearing it from them, and I would take 2 hours to do one of the most incredible healings, activation work that I could do. And I would get a call 3 weeks later. I'm right back to the way I was. And I had what you call a spiritual tantrum. I yelled at God. I said, you better give me something, because this is not going to fly. Free will is our divine right. And being tricked out of our free will is a terrible thing. And that's exactly what illusion does. Illusion tricks us into choosing illusion as our reality. It feeds itself. And when we have something within our DNA that is open to the illusion, then our free will can be manipulated. It can be filled with all kinds of interdimensional illusions where you almost don't know what is real. What you think is real is almost what you download to be real, and then you live it and you believe it. And then the more you believe it, the more you feed it. So when you have issues as far as prosperity issues, relationship issues, patterns where you are suffering with addictions, fighting depression, trying to understand why this keeps coming back and coming up, and then you can't understand why it seems like you're choosing the pain that you are going through, well, guess what? The illusion is tricking you into buying into the illusion. So one of the things I really wanted to understand is, where was the access? How are people being accessed through an illusionary frequency when we are divine beings entitled to our free will, who are wanting to choose a God that loves us, become a part of that God, a God within us, and co-create for peace, love, harmony, and free humanity? And it just doesn't seem to be happening. Where the heck did this narcissistic God show up? The God who has favorites, the God who only saves certain people, the God that once you stop believing what this God wants you to believe, guess what? You're not getting into heaven. You lost your VIP pass. It's over. It's ridiculous. I mean, think about it. What kind of God is that? My God is pleased when I hurt you. What is that? That is called narcissism. You can't get enough. Narcissists cannot get enough feeding to satisfy it. It is endless. How much worship can you put out there before you're right with God? Well, let's see. You put in 42 hours, 63 minutes. I think you'll do. It doesn't make any sense. So what happens when you have a narcissistic God? Narcissism becomes holy. You either become an extension of the God ego, or you become the martyr. Both are holy, and they act out in your relationships. They act out in your work situations. They act out in your life. And this dissatisfaction, this emptiness prevails. So there had to be a reason why this was happening. A narcissistic God is a part of illusion. It's not real. But why are we resonating to this type of God? Why do we get relationships where it seems like we can't please our partners, or we want to sacrifice ourselves endlessly to be loved? So there's something wrong with this picture. So after I threw my spiritual tantrum, I was actually at my day job. And I got a download. I said, great, guys. I'm in the middle of working. I said, oh no, you're going to listen to us. And sure enough, people went home early that day. And I heard, the 8's missing. Huh? The 8's missing. What are you talking about? 8's missing, check it. Well, you know, you ever seen these number ones, how the number 9s go into a gematria of patterns that go back into the number 1? I mean, it's really fascinating how numbers work together. And all these 9s go back into the number 1. And sure enough, I decided, well, they told me to get on the calculator. So here's something that you're going to find interesting. It's mathematics. And it's really very clever if you were to think about it. And I really believe this was designed by what I call more malevolent outworlders that wanted to program us as a slave race, to worship them as gods, as our God. I mean, look at all the wonderful worship and negative energy they got that they can feed on. And it's time that's going to stop, because now is the age of Aquarius. Now is the age and evolution of the light. This is why so many of these divine beings are coming through, why we are bringing in incredible and great activations and frequency, and each and every one of you are gods and goddesses. You wouldn't be attracted to this conference if you were not evolved enough to understand that this is what you want for yourselves. So when I divided 1 by 9, they told me divide 1 by 9. I got a series of ones, 0.1111111, and it was fascinating. They said, well, you know, that is the I am. We are made of all these 1111s, I ams that go all the way throughout your esoteric frequency. That is your soul mapping, the God I am, all number 1. I said, wow, that's very cool. They said, well, we want you to divide it by 9 again. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. The 8 was missing. I'm like, hey, the 8's missing. They're like, doy. Like, what happened? Well, the story I basically got, you got frequency, you've got a numerical order that you could put in a false illusionary frequency, a fake chain between that 7 and that 9. In other words, the illusion got programmed into our soul mapping, coming back into the number 1 I am God frequency. Pretty clever, right? Now we can't tell what's the illusion and what is reality, because the will of more benevolent beings that help program us, we are bending to that kind of will. Worse yet, as generations are born, it's like a snowball. Once something of consciousness comes into being, it starts to snowball. It gets bigger and bigger, and next thing you know, it gets in the blood. The blood and the DNA are record keepers. What they say in the Bible, by the blood of the fathers, guess what? It's real. The blood, the water, it carries the codes. That's why it was so important that you brought in the water and talked about it. Thank you, Bobby. Hey, water. Ever try to hold water? Yeah, you absorb it. It doesn't work very well. It's fluid. It goes in you, it comes without you. It flows. You can put it in a cup and drink it, but you can't hold it. It's fluid. It carries DNA. It carries the earth DNA. We carry DNA in the blood. So what happens when we are able to put the 8 back in its rightful numerical sequence? So what I asked is, how is that done? And they told me the divine 72. That is the ultimate mathematical sequence that you can program into. Okay? So, mathematics here. 72. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 times 72 equals 0.88888. How about that? 72 divided by 9 equals 8. And if you divide it by 72, you get 0.111111. Ha. Now I got the mathematical sequences that I needed to bring the 8 back into its proper sequence. And what it does, because it's using the exact same formula, what was happening to these abductees that I saw holographic bodies filled with numerical information that got thrown into these people, and their physical body would acquiesce out to the information that they received, and then they were physically right back to where they were. But the access was in that false connection between the 7 and that 9. Now let me tell you, every one of you as healers could use this. Don't kid yourself. It's important. Notice Carrie brought in many, many 8s in her divine formula this morning. Many 1s and many 9s. And so there is a logic to this. So when you bring in the divine 72 numerically, the 8 takes its rightful place. It goes into the number 1s, fills up the soul mapping, and then the illusion immediately transmutes out, and what you get is divine manifestation, everyday manifestation. Not going through all these programs that cause us to not really know what our reality is, or causing to trick us into choosing something that is not to our most highest good as our true nature. It fooled us. So I couldn't wait to get my hands on this poor man. called him up. I said, I think I got something. And I worked out formulas that brought in different master numbers, different numbers, that were able to bring that 8 right back through with the divine 72, coming right back into the number 1. And he never had a problem again. He called me and he said, thank God I was in the boxing ring with one hand behind my back. I didn't think I had a chance. Have you heard you can't help abductees? You can't do anything for them? Have you heard that? Try that. Try these numerical sequences. Yes, you can help them. You bet they can. Because the illusionary holographic bodies that they were receiving transmuted out immediately to his divine physical I am mapping. And so in other words, the illusion couldn't survive. The 8 took it. The 8 ate it. Don't think there isn't a thing with words, okay? They're powerful. So I have a lot of divine sequences of formulas that I love. But not only that, you can take these going back into infinite number of generations, and you can neutralize illusions that are patterned back in the generations as though it never existed in the first place. How many times have we worked with stories? We're going to reverse, we're going to heal, we're going to heal. Oh, you're back. Same problem. And neutralization is the true opposition. It's the true opposition. 0 point is where ether sits, where all potential is waiting to become manifested. Manifestation is potential waiting to happen. And each and every one of us have access to it. So you may put out fire with water, but fire doesn't put out water. There are elements that work together in a certain sequence, but they're not opposite. Hate is not the opposite of love. The opposite of love is indifference. It's feeling nothing. That's your true opposition. The opposite of water is no water. The opposite of fire is no fire. Neutralization. It's like it never happened. Things like darkness must have form. It must have a box to live in where consciousness can gather and make it happen. In other words, that's an object in the light, because darkness only lives by permission of the light. Because shadows hold form. And they could get darker and darker and more powerful. That's where people think darkness has power. So what happens when you take that object away out of the light? Poof, you can't even describe the shadow. It is though it never existed in the first place. Our stories are the illusions that we carry. Poof, no more story, no more templates, and then it's up to us to divinely manifest daily. And that is where free will and our divine right to free will comes in. Joan, I'd like to demo on you. Would that be all right? Now, this is one beautiful, elegant lady, let me tell you. Yeah, Carrie, if you don't mind. Matrix energetics can tend to get people to wobble a little bit, so I want to make sure she does not go back, okay? And how much time do we have? 20 minutes. Okay, so I want to read an activation rate, so I'm going to do this pretty quickly. No, she's not going to do that. All right. I do have a numerical sequence of a... I do have a 0 point rate, but it's a modality in itself, so I'm just going to call out the 0 point rate. If I start counting up numbers after numbers, we'll be here a long time. But I am going to call out a numerical 33, and I'm giving her a 33 activation. So here we go. Go ahead and just whisper me your full name.
Joan Lisa Trump,
Joan Lisa Trump. Birth date
12/6/65,
and place of birth.
Chicago.
Ah, I'm going to tell you something, guys. Do you know a lot of my clients were born in Chicago? I don't know why that is, but it's very, very fascinating. And your age?
50.
Yeah. She's preserved. Obviously, she keeps herself in the refrigerator at night. All right. Let's, I'm going to have her to Carrie's back. Okay. Now, this is how it works. I'm going to call out my numerical sequence. You're going to hear the 8s in there. Now, for instance, a number like 42 could be 4 minus 2, 4 times 2, 4 divided by 2, 4 times 2. So you're going to hear these sequences come out. And I also warn you that they're eye color changers. I've changed the eye color on 98% of my clients. Often getting a blue rim or a darker rim around the iris. I've changed people from green to blue because when DNA changes, things happen. Okay? Here we go.
How do you want mine?
You're
Where do you want me
perfect.
to go? Like
Right?
in my head?
Nowhere.
Okay.
Just be up and darling.
Just relax.
Hang out. All right. Doesn't have to go anywhere, trust me. All right. 1 divided by 9 equals 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Divided by 9 equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. I'm skipping the 8, but I'm going to bring it back. 33, 3 times 3 equals 9, times 8 equals 72, divided by 12 equals 6, times 6 equals 36, minus 12 equals 24, plus 9 equals 33. 48, 4 plus 8 equals 12 times 6 equals 72, divided by 9 equals 8, divided by 72 equals 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. That's the matrix. We got you well covered, I promise. 44, 4 plus 4 equals 8 times 9 equals 72, divided by 2 equals 36, minus 3 equals 33. Yep, we got you. 2, 2, 2. 2 times 2 equals 4 times 2 equals 8 times 6 equals 56. Minus 8 equals 48. 4 times 8 equals 32 plus 1 equals 33. 3 times 3 equals 9 times 8 equals 72. 7 plus 2 equals 9 times 8 equals 72. Divided by 9 equals 8. Divided by 72 equals 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Integrate and activate. 33, I am activation. Lisa Trump, Joan Lisa, for Joan Lisa Trump now. I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33 to the power of 3 now. How does that feel? Now I'm going to demo a neutralization rate. Okay. Back in your body, darling. You have to be in your body to get this, right? You're back. And I'll just demo how the neutralization rate, I'm going to go back infinite number of generations on her mother's side. And I'm just going to attach to whatever she needs. We're not going to call it individual personal stuff. In a personal reading, that would happen. So I'm going to bring in the 0 point neutralization rate, and we are neutralizing back. Infinite number of generations on her mother's side, whatever she needs. And I bring in the purification of energy rate. Bring in the God I am presence now. So Spirit knows whatever she needed neutralized. If it had been something like maybe emotional abuse or something that was back in her mother's line, it would neutralize. What would happen then she would no longer resonate to that kind of emotional abuse anymore, if that was her situation. And neither would her children. That's the great thing. This goes forward, backwards, and the ancestors come in through as crossovers because they can take on imprints in the afterlife. Thank you, Carrie. They can take on imprints in the afterlife, and they will come into their new lives with them, and this removes it off of them. So it heals the ancestors. It heals the person. It heals the mothers and fathers, and it heals the children. Let's just say it transforms and transmutes. Isn't that cool? So let me look at you. It's kind of hard to tell here. She's got beautiful blue eyes anyway, but her eyes look very translucent blue to me. She's got some stars in them. And let me look at your rims. Yeah, her rims are starting to darken. So we'll have Golden Eagle look in her eyes, and he'll tell her what he sees is different. But thank you, John. Now, if you do reconnection, no matter what you do, this works. It's great stuff. How much time do we have? 15? Great. I have a treat for all of you. Not only can you bring these in as individual modalities, you can bring in group consciousness through the 8. You can bring in group consciousness through the I am number 1. And let me tell you kind of a funny story that one of my friends had somebody that was she had somebody around her that was kind of into something kind of dark. And when he saw her rates, he tried to spray them with the oil that this person used. Let me tell you what happened. It neutralized instantly. Dark magic does not hold up against this. There's something it's like numerical holy water. So how do you reverse the number 1? How do you make it go away? It's the ultimate mutable, something to think about. What I have for you is called the Broadcast Prosperity Rate and Activation. So we're going to download this for each and every one of you using the same 72, the 8, and the I am number 1. So relax, get ready to receive. And I'm going to bring in the purification of energy rate to each and every one of you. And to each and every one of you watching this live stream, and those who will be watching this in the future. Thank you. 9 times 8 equals 72, divided by 9 equals 8, divided by 9 equals 0.888, 88888. Divided by 9 equals 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 0, going in a 0-point frequency. Neutralize all consciousness and aspects associated with control of all divine beings listening now. Infinite number of generations. Divided by 9 equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 equals 1.10 times 8 equals 8.8. Engage Gaia frequency. We're going to connect this to the DNA of the earth. Engage Gaia frequency to receive prosperity consciousness. 222 minus 1010.888 to the power of 9 equals 7099.992 plus 260 minus 5353 equals 12192.992 equals 15.20 times 1010 equals 1025.2 to the power of 13 equals 13327.6. 1 plus 3 plus 3 plus 2 plus 7 plus 6 equals 22 times 11 equals 222. Integrate abundance template, divine equation. 8.999 times 72 equals 647.928. 6 plus 4 plus 7 equals 17. 1 plus 7 equals 8. 9 plus 2 plus 8 equals 19. Power of 0 point frequency now. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. 1 plus 8 equals 9 times 8 equals 72. Divided by 6 equals 12 times 8 equals 216. 2 times 1 times 6 equals 12 times 6 equals 72. Divided by 8 equals 9. 9 times 0.888 equals 7992. Divided by 8 equals 999 minus 888 equals 111 times 1 million equals 0.000111 times 111000 equals 12.3210. Disengage from all paying bodies of interference now. 2020 times 8444 equals 17056. 880 1705 plus 6880 equals 8585 plus 5858 equals 14443 minus 10003 equals 444. Or 0 point frequency now. Neutralize all narcissistic consciousness and aspects associated with the narcissistic control of monies, of abundance, of livelihood, of slavery, of consumer pride, of poverty consciousness, and of a revolving debt for all the divine beings receiving this activation, infinite number of generations, mothers and fathers line, all alternate, direct, and parallel timelines, and all bodies, spiritual, mental, physical, emotional, ethereal, and all translucent bodies now. All monies in abundance, livelihood are now brought into the point of I am God, creation of love. 999, 999 divided by 111, 111 equals 9 times 8 equals 72 divided by 9 plus 1.10 equals 9.111111111111. Integrate and activate broadcast prosperity rate activation now. One of the things Carrie mentioned, Commander K, the head of the Rocky Mountain region here with the galactic fleets. He connects with other fleets intergalactically throughout all time, space, consciousness, alternate and direct timelines, parallel timelines, thousands of light years away, and brings in these activations for us. He's wonderful. So we thank you. And some say that I've seen him quite handsome. Thank you. On a note, I want to end with, love is the universal consciousness. In every language, every planet, every language, intergalactically, every universe, there is a word for love. Love is the key to bring in the God I am into your hearts. Always. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shirley.
Oh, thank you.
I have to say something to you.
And over the microphone. So I'm breaking down numbers, and so 772, 7 plus 2 is 9. Yes. So it all comes back. I'm like, I knew you were a spiritual goddess, but I didn't know you were such a spiritual badass. That was amazing. Wasn't that awesome? I think that was really awesome. Everybody give another round of applause for Shirley. That was so amazing. And if you would, the only reason, so I didn't have a title, I didn't have a title for your class. Can you just describe your class one more time, please? It's going to be at 7 p.m.
We're bringing in the 44 divine activation for each and every member of that class. So you will be receiving it through a group consciousness, the number 44. And then we will download it right into Estes here. So that's my workshop. I have to see it.
And then those will actually, so there's another workshop at 7 p.m. Laura Eisenhower and Shirley Bolstock, and they will be the ones, they will be the last workshops of today. So definitely let's get people into these rooms, into all the rooms, so we can raise the vibration everywhere and keep this all going before we do the closing ceremonies. We still have a few minutes. We'll probably do another drum song if we can. And our next speaker is Carol Skylark. So Jim, can you come over? And maybe we'll start drumming and get everybody back in here. So those of you who are here, please stick around. It seems like every time everybody leaves, they don't come back. So let's just say if you don't have to leave, I ask that you please stay. Keep the energy flowing in this room. Let's keep the energy going. Maybe stare out the window while you listen to the beautiful music from these gentlemen.
Almost ready for a break. Well, we actually have a few minutes, so we might actually want to.
Oh, he's gonna need it.
Yeah, he was asking. So he was like saying, over and over. Well, he said 3 songs. Lead us. Supposed to. What about
Chances are I'll know it. Honestly.
Welcome
Don't call me, boy.
She's like, what?
Wait, start on my Hang on.
Yeah, let
Yeah.
me check the time.
Harold heard it.
We still have 10 minutes. Yes, we're.
Jerry, where is it?
Go ahead and, yeah, go ahead. We still have 10 minutes. Yeah,
You do?
go ahead. Yeah, please do it. Yeah, we still have 10 minutes before.
10 minutes for the same? Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Yeah, 'cause that's a long one, right? Well, there's 3 songs, probably 4 push-ups. Songs to get it done. He said it'll take 3 songs. Seems like it takes a lot longer than that.
It does, doesn't it? I thought you just started on this one.
Wow. So that's yeah. Well, I don't know the actual basically. Huh? Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah, whatever we want to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like.
Yeah, so that's.
Yeah, I know. Like I'm not hitting the tones already. Yeah, well, that throws me off.
Yep.
Like, I know you're up like 2.
That's where I get to
Yeah, we're contemplating there.
I know it, but he's gonna lean out. Yeah, he said it. He's just trying to think of something. Actually, talk about things.
Did you hear somebody say, hey?
When I was out there, that's what he was saying.
But yeah, if we might, then you can at least fill the holes. What's your job?
That's not the same one?
We could do.
Gratitude song.
For that
Which way can you, I can't explain. Yes, that's what, no. It's just, right, you guys do.
I have seriously had that song stuck in my head this whole time we've been here. And since Iowa. I'm learning, I know, why wouldn't I, right? Always in gratitude. How's everybody doing? Thank you. All right, everybody else, come on, that was weak sauce. Bring it. How's everybody doing? I'll howl like wolves again. All right, now let's make the noise a giraffe makes. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Awesome. Okay, so we have Sheryl Skylar. She's an amazing, amazing artist. You've seen her artwork out here in the hall. She also does energetic paintings. Sheryl Skylar has been seeing from her mind's eye and translating those visions via art, writing, and song since the age of 16. Seeing people as fields of light particles, sometimes called presence, sometimes simplified into the word aura, has been her pleasure and purpose for the last 40 years. Healing, reading, and teaching folks how to lighten up has been her main service and career via the practice she calls light body activation, portraiture journeys. And let's see. Carol, are you doing a workshop? I'm looking. Oh, it already did. All right, well, her workshop happened already. So definitely stop by, check out her work, get to know her. She is simply amazing. We got to hang out with her last night and we hummed some songs and talked about all this fun stuff that we talk about here. Can everybody, actually, I need everybody to sit over here, please. She's asked everyone to come over here. And then, can you guys fix the camera? They're gonna be, she wants everybody to be sitting over here. Yeah. So now where are we moving? You can just point out because we should just do. So anybody who's gonna listen to Carol, please have a seat in this area. Right. Everybody give her a round of applause. And these are all my notes. So I'm going to forego them all. And just the one that you have in your hand. So, or we'll get it. All right, a little conversation about seeing and hearing and becoming clairvoyant and becoming clairaudient.
And using the ability to tell yourself to do something. Thank you. I'll probably never stay still. But in the past, I had a TV show, and of course, I wore my mic. But I'm not quite prepared for the whole thing that. Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Great. But I can start here. I'm quite fascinated and interested about how we can use a sound practice and a clairvoyant practice. So to learn how to tell our bodies to do something. And the thing we're going to tell our bodies to do is when we inhale, we're going to allow a sound to come in with our focus of our vision. So we're going to be inhaling into the middle mind, and I might give you a few little tidbits to think about and look at. Let's say you were inhaling the whole cosmos into your pineal gland, or the combo of your pituitary gland and your pineal gland, which, you know, is the middle mind. And as you did that, you were making a sound. You were doing an inhale like, so that you're doing your own sound, whatever it feels right to do, that is coincided with the visual focus. So your auditory and your visual focus are going, and you can imagine it's a lighthouse, and that as you look in on yourself, you are bringing your own electromagnetic attention, which actually does bring light. So you're being the buddy to the miracle little house in there that would like nothing better than to have attention so that it can show you what it can do. So the second part is, as you're doing the clairaudient, you're being gentle to yourself, but you hear it. You make it, that makes it like sandpaper. So, but it should be a blessing. So a gentle blessing sandpaper of the sound waves coming in and guided by you're telling them where to go. So you're telling your sound system and your visual system where to go. And you're putting sound in and out. So, well, that'll be our start. And my future idea about all this is that that's just a warm-up. And then we'll do a little bit of a, and we might do Om in and Ah out, or anything that comes for you. It doesn't have to be that. But if we do the Om in, ah, and you're seeing the fount, ah. So eventually it gets to be a sort of figure eight of your breath and your mind, you know? And we'll practice that, and then we'll go to each other. So as I'm oming in, I'm also noticing everybody's own place, like all of your mind spaces oming in, and all of your mind spaces and mind oming out. And so the whole group is bringing in spirit, the cosmos, the heavens, our friends, just the light here, whatever, you know. We might start small and keep getting bigger. And then once we get that, that's the warm up so that you're not scared, freaked out, and, you know, your throat chakra won't do anything. And, you know, we've already kind of got something happening in a gentle, personal way. Then I'm thinking we might add, okay, it's okay. I'm used to this, so. But it was long ago. So after that, we may do some humming of Amazing Grace, but no words and no need to keep this in the regular notes or melody, because you want to do it for yourself. But it seems like we could probably get that far so that we're, then it's like this. So I'll try to give a little example before we start. Like, well, I can't even do it yet because I'm not warmed up, but it would go, so the in, and you keep the out and the in visualized as you do this. so that you're still doing the in and the out of light. And by that time, we might get pretty improvisational. And if Michael hasn't already started, he's going to do the vibration sound behind it. And actually, you can come up and start with me, I think. And since we're really using light, Alrighty, so a little thought here on this. This is the vibration, the 440 vibration, which is 432, but that is the one that goes to light? Yeah, so that if you multiply it, it goes exactly to the speed of light. So we're making little particles with this that are continually going to the speed of light. And that'll help us with whatever we're doing, I think. We've never done this before. This is like
New territory.
brand new here.
Welcome.
Okay, well, let's, any questions or any, I'm going to say a little bit more about the mystical theater, because if we take this first step, maybe beyond and beyond and beyond, we get to a place where we are clairvoyant to each other, and we are clairaudient to each other, and we are channeling all of our soul spirits, but maybe a combined, communed, presence. We get like a Quaker meeting where we're all warmed up so that anything that's coming through you, you can like sing it in, right? And the same way, so that the lapping of the in and the out is what entrains us together. All right. So I'm going to wait till these two come in and settle in. And I have a little story, because Jim and Sue have a drum circle in Fort Collins that meets at a wonderful place on the Poudre River. So when I can, I go to it. And I get real tripped out in all this, but I haven't shared it with anybody, except one of the people is coming and she's learning it with me. So the last drum circle, I was like doing all these things, and I felt kind of lonely. Like I wanted at least someone to know, that we could consciously work together, as a team. So, alrighty. Okay, well, let's start. So we're going to start with we could do Om if you want, but change it up if you want to, any sound that you like, and think of that sound going Om. And yeah, and it'll take a while, it'll warm up, it'll get louder, and you'll get in there. Om, and then the next one, once you feel the back space going back, the backlash, or then it goes. Okay. Everyone do it at their own pace, but keep watching their in and watching their out. So it's a seeing exercise too. Okay, well, he jumped ship to the third part.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
I always
right.
jump ship
Yeah.
early.
Okay, so you got to stay with the simple, feed the brain in and let it go out.
I was thinking, she said Amazing Grace.
I know, we're going to do it later.
Oh, I didn't know.
Because I want everyone to really get this part before we go there.
Okay,
Okay?
take two.
Take two. And any feedback? Feedback on how it was it easy, hard? What did you? Huh? A lot of sound going in, is that what you said? Yes, it can be really rough at first. It can really hurt. You know, you're opening up circuits you haven't hurt, and that's why I'm kind of funky today, because I had an adventure last night in the physical realm of, you know, body falling apart, living up, you know, in the woods in a car and in and out of the woods all night long, and on and on and on and on. So I'm not perfect, so it's perfect. I'm not perfect, so, you know, you don't have to be perfect either. The idea is just to let that sound come on in and then watch, because the out sound is not always right away. For some of us, it might be. You might just be so awesome that it just goes, you know, and you do that, so do it that way. But others, if it's hard, just wait till your own self wants to find the way to get to the place where you're going to go from the middle out again. Okay. Okay, good. So now it's very hard to go in. So let me give you some pointers. Yeah, that's right, exactly like that. So what's a pointer on that? Go quieter at first, like here's my little one. Let's start with that. So you're kind of watching this, what's happening in you, okay? Now as the comes in, really imagine the light gathering. And as that exhale goes out, imagine that gathered light shining on out. And as we are bringing it in, there's a lot of beings here, you know, beyond us. Even us is fantastic if we can tune in to our own energy, right? But as soon as, you know, we're in harmony and we're vibrating at the speed of light, the beings are all around and they're kind of enjoying the fact. Two people are happy. The pineal gland is extremely happy. Your inner, and it might end up you go to different chakras, you know, so don't be too rigid about it. If you end up, you know, bringing it to the heart, wonderful. Okay, but the attention in and the visual staying with it is the responsibility here. So this is the yoga responsibility, that if I was a Zen master, I would like, you know, everyone like try to do this, seeing in and out, seeing in, sharing in, sharing out. Okay, so we'll go for a while that way again. Okay. You want to start? Just have your being, but we don't have to stay with each other, but she's going to start. Yeah, no, just take an om into your third eye and watch it happen. I'm going to go with her, okay? And I guess I need the mic. Can we have two mics going? So I have a sound mic too? Or it is there, it's gone. Can you make it a little louder? Oh, never mind, it doesn't need to be louder. Okay, here goes. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3. Everybody, do it there. Be brave, you just do it yourself too, and I'll do it too. So if the ah is going out to the edges of the room, and the in is going in again to your middle mind, watch the light happen. And if it starts to hurt or it's uncomfortable, you can do it with just a teeny bit of sound. And if it's really, really hard, you can do it and eventually without sound, just the visualization of the in and out. But keep the sound happening because that'll be better for the later part. All righty, a little feedback and sense of all that. Anybody have a thought about how it worked or what you felt or what happened? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yes, I am. I am. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Anybody enjoy it? Anybody? Yeah. Okay. Some enjoyment here. Anybody just? Yeah. Yes, please.
A lot of the pranayama that I learned helps ground us and brings us into the belly. So I was trying to, this is totally different than what it is that 6th and 7th chakra. So it's more of a crown lift, which is why it is kind of
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not really, it's more ethereal. And it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Your medicine name, Skylark?
Uh-huh. Skylark, right.
Thank you. I know the sun was with us.
The sun was with us.
I love the sun.
Yeah, the sunlight.
And I feel like a big beam of light going like right third eye right now.
Yeah, yeah. It can be.
I
Yeah.
want to say something else about our hallway. And I picked 2 paintings. And I get them now. I get them now.
Oh, good, good, good.
Thank you. And I know Kyle has a question.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if there's any integration I can do. Well, when I do someone's aura and I'm with them and I'm in their field, when a chakra is open for them or becomes open for them, it is like a diamond of light. And it is like, I call it a diamond doorway. And the pineal gland is a perfect diamond doorway just anatomically because the pineal gland is shaped like a little pine cone. So I think that we could improvise it up a little bit, but keep it sort of to this idea, okay? You can go to any chakra you want on the in and on the out. You can be seeing from that chakra the out and the in. So if you're coming from, say, the 2nd chakra, the in is going in here. When you're outing, you're clearing light space. And through all of us, you know, we could go chakra to chakra, but I think not. Just be aware that how you feel as you're connecting, and is it okay with everybody before we do this, to have people meandering through your chakras and energy here and there and everywhere? It's okay? No, but I'll guide it. I will, well, let me ask you then, should I guide where we go for the chakras or just let people go to the chakra they wanna in and out? Okay, I'll guide it. All right, cool. Thank you. Oh, perfect, thank you. So I would like to thank you all for coming because this is truly experimental. I've been doing this stuff forever, and when a person crosses my path, I, integrate them into that, and we do a little training and this and that, but I've never worked with a big group, and I've never worked with this specific practice of in and out. That just came a few days ago. So it's new, okay? All right, well then, how about you as a musician composer, tuned to your own intricacies, you may, like when you bring the in out, in, and listening to everybody, but then, so you can get free and improvise with each other or with yourself to make more intricacies happen in the journey. So don't feel, you can keep it real simple like that, but if you find that your inner self wants to make something longer and wants to jump around, go for it. So this will be the same thing, and your only responsibility, the number one, is to keep your clairvoyant eyes watching the energies that you're bringing in wherever they're going, encouraging them maybe to go high to the cosmos or to each other, and I can guide that. We'll see how that goes. Okay, so so right now I close my eyes. Chief is like coming from behind me, his whole chief headdress. So this isn't a usual thing around Chief, is it? He comes through, so I don't know what that means, but right. If Chief comes through, just sing to him, enjoy him. Okay, so 3, 2, 1. So I wanted to go long, and I wanted to I wish I had 2 voices so I could do this and guide, but I wanted us to, really feel the outer extremities of our group when we go and all right. And so anyway, and you are a musician, so you are allowed now to, when on the in, you can be a little bit rhythmic. You could go, however it's right for you though, but you're still looking and watching.
I'll tell you, this is multitasking.
Yes, I know. Yeah, exactly.
I'll do my best.
Okay, awesome. Okay. Why don't you start it then? You're in and out. We're going to start flowing with him. Well, now we'll bring in a melody, and this will be very challenging at first because we're trying to keep our mind on the, so if we're going to do Amazing Grace and just the melody, and everyone's going to do it differently. That's the important thing because you're out, in, So you sort of get it? Yeah? Okay, any challenges, any questions or any feedback on that? Yes, yes. Yeah, that's perfect because that's what the idea is, that you're sanding your circuits to open your inner seeing eye. And a lot of people, see anyway. They're globally seeing. They don't have to be focused right smack in the middle of their lighthouse. But I have found when I actually practice and focus in deeper and deeper into this little lighthouse, I go to a way deeper spiritual matrix of light and communion to others. So it's an interesting practice to, and a few little examples, I think, are that then the space that I'm feeling channels a lot of high gurus or high grandfathers or grandmothers or, the other day I was out at my retreat and I was in a little bathtub that's heated by a propane heater underneath it near a little tiny lake I have. And I was like really tuned in and I'd been resting and I'd been really working on myself. So I was pretty cool and able. And when I did something like this, the whole sky became the Christ energy. And then it morphed into Michael's. And so it wasn't just like Michael, it was the realm of the Christed souls. And it opened the whole mystical heavens. And the experience was of being, blessed. And then as that kept happening, then an eagle flew right out of the middle of the, the sky, let's say, huh? But it was more like the cosmic heart of the universe of Jesus and Michael, so that's why I thought if we keep the focus on the middle mind for a little while so that you can at least get a warm up and a little bit of a sense of how to do it, it might be a cool practice to do at home. Any other, yeah, tell me something. You're wide there. I'm like talking to you because your mind is so there, and I'm curious to know what you're thinking. Yeah, that's fine. But okay, well, let's take another little journey with Amazing Grace, and when you can, the out part is the gift, the in part is the receiving, until the improvisation is taking it out and we can't control it, and it's just going to happen. All right. You know, you can also just start it with just a little light breathing like this. And then you can really be sensitive to when your in-breath wants to come. Let's just do that real easy and light. So don't worry too much if you're on the in or on the exhale. You know, if you just start going, just watch where you're at. It doesn't matter, you know, if you get it perfectly, you might end up being on the inhale for 2 stanzas and then, you know, so let yourself do what you're doing, but keep watching that where the in energy is going and where the out energy is going so that your clairvoyant watcher stays with it. But it'd be more fun to, you know, let the song take on how it wants to. But keep watching where you are in the process. Okay, cool. All right, so now you can just rip, you know, take off. Not worry too much about that. But keep watching, and wherever it's out, wherever you can imagine it out, let the light get bigger and invite all our souls to be together. And, you know, as it's going, I might say a few things and I might not. All right. So yeah, you're a good starter for this as you keep watching where your sound comes and goes from. So how about if we imagine, you know, the sky's coming in, hits the first chakra, and the out is going from the first chakra out, 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 out. And then you find that realm. And then when you're singing in, you sort of remember that, we're hosting the heavens and the higher. You can invite your higher self, your guides, anyone and everything and any energy, but just add that little part to your improvisation. Okay, a whole nother thing is possible here. Let's imagine that we're going to do a visualization journey. So I'm going to sort of say anything that I can translate from what I'm seeing. And then the next person, whoever, will take that vision that I saw, that you all incorporated, and then that you see as a commune vision. And then if you can, put words into the song to increase the vision. So then we will start being mystic theater poet channelers, which is pretty neat. I saw you. His aura was totally happening.
Thank you for noticing.
Yeah, I noticed. Okay, let's see if this can happen. Who in here are people who are able to sort of let a vision come into a word? Who's sort of poetic in that way already? Are you Michael, perchance?
Oh,
no. No? Okay. Well, I'm going to start with what I see, trying to make a word picture out of what I see. It's going to be really simple, probably. And then we're going to keep the amazing grace going, and somebody's going to be totally brave. And even if it's not in the perfect melody, if it's off key, it doesn't make any difference. It's brand new experience and experiment. So somebody out there, after I do it, add what you saw after you saw what I saw. Okay? I'm saying you do it. If nobody else does it, you do it. Okay?
You're going to say it and then right after you say it?
Yeah, well, whenever your breath is right, whenever you can incorporate my vision, whenever it's kind of natural, whenever you start thinking, I'm seeing this now, and how can I semi-musically add my vision into the words of the Amazing Grace melody or non-melody, whatever. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be an attempt. It's like we're being warriors here, doing something, that we never have done before, and it might come out like a squeak. Yeah, I saw you do it. I saw you, yeah. All right, so are you guys okay with keeping the song kind of going? Is that feeling okay? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. All right. Now, if you absolutely don't want to do it, keep the vision in your own inhale. Maybe just hear your own really light inhale, but keep your vision watching the in and watching the out and doing some magic with your out, with your light, and doing some healing with your in to yourself. Okay. Because this is the vibration of light, right? And we're talking about seeing here, seeing how it's happening. Okay. I see all your light through his aura, like a V coming in. And how does he go out? And then somebody else is going to attract my attention. 2 more minutes only. Wowie, that was fast. Okay. 2 minutes.
Time travel from there to here. We went on a joyous ride.
We have held the helm. Somehow we tried to direct, but failed. And there's a pirate sitting right there. Yeah. Thank you all for being experimentees and exploring with me. Any questions? We have 1 minute, maybe. Any future thought about how you might use this or what you might do with it? Well, then you have to come back and work with me again. I'm starting a Tuesday night group in Fort Collins to work on all this mystical theater, energy, exploration, and development. And we are hoping to have a band with the folks who start to enjoy playing with us. Thank you.
Yay, thank you so much. Did everybody have a good time? How y'all feeling? I guess that's a little loud after meditation. I'm really excited. Yeah. Slow down. So at this time, we are breaking for dinner.
We've had some changes. We are having Stratosphere actually start their concert
thank
at
you.
7, right after dinner, and then we will do closing ceremonies after